Out of the blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
And very pleasant. Let's see how my voice... Oh, that's a little overmodulated, isn't it? Let's try this again. Okay, I'm Jerry Todding you here. It's Walt. It's Saturday, October 15th, 2022, and you are live with us at Runway DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. It's a beautiful, partly cloudy day. A little breezy, but the breeze is from the south, and that means we'll get to see airplanes right in front of us today, taking off and landing. There's the skyline of Dallas behind us as a United, I want to say 737-800, flight 1104, gets ready to make its way to Denver, and so that may well be our first flight of the day. Right here on Rundown. Oh boy, on Runway DFW. You know, it's been a week here at the old Runway DFW ranch. There is our live truck ready to beam to you the events of the day. Let's see if we can get an airplane going behind it. Yeah. That's what we like to see. A little aircraft action. But we are happy to be with you this afternoon. It seems a little lonely here. Something seems to be missing. I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, it's that guy Kevin from Airline Videos Live. He was out here 3 days last week. It was quite a nice week we had with him on board. We'll tell you a little more about that through the afternoon. Dish some dirt on Kevin. No, not really. Now, I think most of you know and like Kevin from Airline Videos Live. He came out here on Tuesday, was here on Wednesday and Thursday, doing his patented brand of live action. And it was just so nice to be just a little tiny side part of that. He was standing right here where I am at DFW Founders Plaza. Actually, he works from the other side of the table. I forgot to ask him if he's left-handed or not. I'm right-handed, so it makes sense for me to be here on the on the left side of the table, so I can reach over to all my soundboards and computers and stuff like that. But he prefers to work on the right side of the equipment table. So when he comes back, and he's promised he'll come back, Kevin will tell us if he's right or left-handed. But it was so nice to see all of his fans come out here, and it was really a party atmosphere here at Founders Plaza. And we are so glad that Kevin decided to make that journey. So thanks again, Kevin. Let's say hello to everybody. I know there's been people piling up here. Becky Davies, good evening to you. We have Aviation 777 Foxtrot. Good afternoon, Walt and everyone. Happy to have you aboard. Cathay 777-Yin. Happy Saturday, everyone. At Runway DFW and Walt. And Becky Davies says, happy Saturday, Walt. And let's see here. These all came in, I think, before, because C says less than one minuet until showtime for Runway DFW. People are waiting in line. Ms. Wolves 13, one of our great members of the DFW Moderation Federation, says Runway DFW. Walt, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Alexander's Vlog says hello. Epic Toastman, good afternoon, everyone. Epic Toastman, that's a great name. Farid Abed, hello, friends, and hello to you, Farid. Nick Woodward was, I believe, enjoying the dance music before we went on the air. Runway Collin County is here with us. I can go on for like 5 or 6 hours with all these. Tom Dixon says, love the intro. Thank you, Nick. C is similarly a fan. Paul Boone says, it looks beautiful today. Yeah, there's the wide shot, and hopefully those clouds... Well, we're in the shade right now. We're in the shady spot at Founders Plaza, but we hope that those clouds will pile up behind us so that when we lose the shade, we'll at least have some clouds. Because it's still warm today. It's in the 80s, I believe. I do believe. And I don't know where our little thermometer... I usually have a little thermometer here by our soundboard, and I somehow misplaced it. I'll have to go back and look for it in a minute. Here comes Flight 361. It's the older livery of Spirit Airlines, which I'm assuming at this point is not going to be repainted to yellow. Oh, wait, no, that's Frontier. Sorry, folks. I misread my screen. It's coming in from... Oh, you know what happened. I know what happened. I was too far. I was too wide on my Flight Radar 24. It's a technical issue. So that Frontier flight coming in from Denver, Flight 506 and Airbus A320. The next flight coming in will be the Banana Jet. Perhaps in its... Oh, so far out I can't see. What's the #1 destination between Dallas-Fort Worth, or from Dallas-Fort Worth? It's Los Angeles, and here is Flight 2886, American Airlines, on its way to the City of Angels, an Airbus A321 with the East Tower of DFW Airport in the background. And this, we have two cameras with almost the same shot, framed a little differently. There it goes. So we will see as this one goes out if we're playing our aviation cards correctly. At some point we will see the Spirit Airlines, and this is a yellow bird, coming in from Las Vegas. That'll be an A320. You can hear it. So we'll get try to get a simultaneous landing and takeoff. They're a little separated to do that, but here we go. Well, sometimes it works out. Okay, let me get back to your messages here. Farid Abed says, Runway DFW, Walter, you have a right to be run down after the week you had. Well, you know, for us, I took 3 days off from my regular job to be out here when Kevin was here. And then I did kind of a pre-show for his worldwide broadcast. So I was on for, 3 or 4 hours, and then he was on for 5 or 6 hours, but it was just so much fun. It was, I don't know, for an av geek, it was pretty great. OZ Gaming 9, hello Walt, good afternoon. And OZ Gaming 9 was a part of the fun. He made a cameo appearance on Airline Videos Live with Kevin. He talked about his channel. And OZ Gaming 9 was on last night. I was listening to you, OZ Gaming 9, from my car most of the time, because I had to be driving around, and then I checked in when I stopped to get something to eat. So check out his channel here on YouTube. He broadcasts regularly. We got you covered here at DFW Airport between Airline Videos Live and me and OZ Gaming 9. Lots of great action for you from the big airport. Bill Platt says, Super Chat $10. Super Chats are back. They are. Thank you, Bill. That's so nice. Yes, I didn't mention it, but we'd been kind of in some kind of YouTube limbo for a while. It was a technical issue. And now we're back. So if you feel the need to buy your host a cup of coffee or help us with equipment expenses or whatever, there's another option for you. Super Chat, Super Stickers. Now, I won't go on and on about it, but it's just a nice, helps us stay in business here. So Bill, you, in addition to being a great moderator, you are the first to acknowledge the return of Super Chat. Paul Boone says, great show with Kevin you had, Walt. Well, thank you. It was just nice of Kevin to reach out, and I helped him a little bit, and he did the rest. It's amazing to watch him set up. He was able to pack everything in bags to take on board and go on the road. And that's, when you've got a live broadcast, there's a lot to take with you, and he kind of had to narrow it down and figure it out. And he did, and it worked just great. It only took him about 30 minutes to set up. And even while he's chatting away with his fans, he's plugging things in and setting up tripods, and it was a sight to be seen. Robert says, hello, Walt. Hello to you, Robert. He says, keep up the good work, Walt. Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much. We've got American Airlines Flight 345 coming in from San Francisco. It's a Boeing 737-800, and here it comes on the Saturday edition of Runway DFW. Epic Toastman says, Runway DFW, Qantas came in this morning, which is weird because it usually comes in around this time. That is weird. I didn't even I haven't had a chance to look down at the, did it go out already again, or is it still here? We'll have to zoom in our camera over to where Terminal F will be someday to see if it's sitting around there. But here's one of the highlights of my day coming up in about 2 minutes. It's going to be Lufthansa Flight 438. Coming in from Frankfurt, and this is a look. We'll have a good look at the A340, which is one of my two favorite airplanes. The number one to me is always the 747, and we will see some of those later this afternoon, albeit they'll all be cargo planes. But A340 coming in from Frankfurt. I had it down at 2:12. It's 2:16 now, so it's just a second or two late. But that is one of my favorite planes, to see these old 4-engine jets, which kind of harken back to the DC-8 and 707 design days. We have Mary Robinson here. Good afternoon to you. Matt C. says, hey, Walt, watching your show. What are the best things you learned from Kevin? Oh, there's so many, but I'll try to get into that as we go along through the afternoon. Let me first here make sure we zero in on this A340. We get a good long look at that. Sometimes it comes in on the east side and we don't get to, and also takes off on the east side. We're on the west side though, and so thank goodness we can share a look at it with you. And here's a plane that's become increasingly scarce to see for plane spotters, so lucky us that once it comes out from behind that pole, we'll get to see it again. That is just so nice to see. As we get buffeted by a gust right now. Whoop. And there goes my phone. Oh, that's not good. And there goes my mouse. Let me lock this down and see if I can grab things before the rest of them blow away here. Oh, did my phone make it without a cracked screen? Yes, it did. Thank you. Okay, hang on a second. I got to do a thing or two and I'll be right back. Why don't you listen to... What should I play? How about this? Well, it took a little longer than I thought. Sorry, folks. Trying to batten down the hatches here as we get some wind. And so I can't even tell you what you just saw there. Let's go over and take a look at the progress of the A340. Wow, why are we getting all that squelch? I've never heard that weird sound before from our scanner. Well, passengers aboard that Lufthansa A340 are preparing to deplane from the plane. But I do like the classic lines of that particular aircraft. Oh, come on, Mr. Scanner. Oh, I just saw my mouse on the ground. My mouse blew away while the A340 was landing. So let's see what we're going to look at. We're going to see if the Qantas plane is down there in the overflow parking lot. There's a Qatar jet. I don't see it. Doesn't mean it's not there, but I don't see it. Alright, let's get, got a moment or two between planes. What do we have coming up here? Oh, the arrival of Finnair. Well, we must catch that. Finnair Flight 19 coming in from Helsinki in A350. And we have that for you next on Runway DFW. And you can see how the aircraft are going in and out of the sunlight as the clouds provide an ever-changing crazy quilt of sunlight here this afternoon. It looks like over on the other side of the airport we are preparing to see, well, where'd it go? I could swear that I just saw an Emirates aircraft on the radar getting poised to depart for Dubai. And that would be one of those planes we can catch as it lifts off from behind Terminal D in the Grand Hyatt Hotel over there. Oh, well, thank you so much. That's very nice. Another Runway DFW fan to stop off and just say hello and add a little compliment. Okay, I'm seeing that Dubai flight again. Where'd it go now? No. It's getting ready to take off, I can tell you that. Or did it land? It says DFW to Dubai, a 777. I don't know what to make of that. Well, it looks like it's going to take off, whatever, even though it says it's going to DFW. So let's see if we can follow it into the clear blue, well, not clear blue skies, but cloudy blue skies. It's a 777. And there it goes. Off to the Middle East on one of the longer flights you will see from here. The longest that I'm aware of is the Qantas flight between here and Sydney, which the last time I checked was the 5th longest route, passenger route, although that figure is ever changing, so we are getting new service here next month in November from Air Canada. Now currently we see Air Canada, whatever their regional subsidiary is called, I can't remember if it's Air Canada Express or something like that, but we'll get the real Air Canada, but Air Canada Cargo will be coming into DFW next month. Didn't see a date associated with that. I believe I read that in Airways magazine online. So I'm always looking for new planes and new, well, especially new routes, different airlines. So we got some fluffy cotton candy clouds today here at DFW, or over DFW. And it's quiet now, so let me see if I can get back to some of your comments. I know I had only, I'm pretty far behind, I think. So let me see if I can catch up. So Matt asked, what are the best things you learned from cabin? Oh, there's so many. I mean, it's a great deal of it has to do with his professionalism and his, you know, he's very driven. He knows what he's doing, and he's just, it's hard to describe until you see him in action. Now, luckily you can see him in action on the behind the scenes, so you've got kind of a great look at how he operates. But, you know, but what you don't get to see is him tearing down and setting things up. And that's a pretty neat thing to see as well. That's American Flight 1550 coming in from Las Vegas in Airbus A321. Couldn't follow that, but let's see what we've got. Trying to make sure we're getting everybody in here. Euro Aviation TV, we say hello to you, and they say hi all. UK Can 33. Hello, Walt from the UK. Greetings. I don't know if you saw Jerry's Big Jet TV program this morning. That was pretty crazy. He was in Toulouse, France for the departure of a Virgin America, a new Virgin America Airbus plane. So he was there to see it take off, and then Jilly was back at home base following it along in 3D on Flight Radar 24. And then there was another Big Jet TV correspondent live at Heathrow to watch the plane come in. So it was quite a morning for us. Robert said Walt is the GOAT. I think that's a compliment. Kai says hello. C says, I've seen you out there broadcasting. Well, it's kind of hard to miss us because we take up a lot of space here. Here comes Delta Flight 2125 from Minneapolis, St. Paul, which will be traversing your viewfinder. Mary Robinson says, it's so pretty out there. And Bob Bell recites the opening line of our show. Out of the blue of the western sky comes Runway DFW. Of course, for those of you who don't know where that comes from, it comes from the old TV show, the 1950s. What was it, 50s or early 60s? It was probably late 50s, early 60s. It was called Sky King. And it was about, westerns were all the rage back then. And so somebody decided, hey, let's do a western, but with the cowboy using an airplane instead of a horse. And that was kind of the premise of Sky King. And Bob Bell says, Walt, I must say your opening graphics are without peer. Well, thank you. And C is watching from Colleyville, Texas, not too far away from here. Sophie YT, good afternoon, Walt. Hi to all. Did our camera get knocked? Oh, there's that. I think our camera 2 got knocked. Ooh, you see what I see there? I'll show you that in a second. I'm still kind of backlogged in our messaging here, so if I haven't gotten to yours, I apologize. TriStar Darren says, hello everyone, I'm ready for another DFW spotting fix today with Walt. Let's see if I can get camera 2 realigned here. I must have bumped it. Because I like camera 2 to have the East Tower in it. Barbara P. Sterling, hello Walt, did you face reveal for me about a month ago? Might remember saw you with Kevin, a delight. Thank you, Barbara. I think Barbara was kind enough to favor us with a contribution, although it was not, it was dependent on me showing my face on which I normally don't do on my channel, so. Peter Bellerman, a good friend from K10 who has now gained new employment, says, what a nice day for spotting. Hi there, Peter Bellerman. Did anybody ever call you Peterman? I don't know. Wasn't it a character somewhere on Seinfeld, Peterman? Deborah Alice says, nice meeting you this week. You and Kevin did a great job together. Well, thank you, Deborah. Michael Lemaster, hello, Walt. Always your shows! Exclamation points. And Robert again says, thank you for having DFW covered. I'm kind of getting, well, there's so many things. Oh, OZ Gaming was saying, can you see the American Airlines Heritage livery at Terminal A? And yes, I was so enmeshed in messaging that I was going to point that out. Let's see how clear of a picture we can get today with camera 1. This is my favorite American Airlines livery. And I'm trying to get my camera to not... So you may see it there kind of in the left center of your screen, and I'm trying to get a closer view and my camera keeps moving. But there it is, there's the tail. I like that. Why did they get rid of that? Well, I know why they got rid of the design, because airplanes were not going to be made of aluminum forever, and that look of the American livery was based upon an all aluminum skin. It was an unpainted aircraft, and they just put these graphics on it. So I don't know, to me that's classic. Wes Westbrook says, well, hi Walt, I enjoyed seeing you and Kevin and the OZ Gamer. Robert Brune says, hi Walt, hello back to you. I'm slowly getting down in my chat. Oh, here's Nick Woodard. Nick Woodard with a 10-pound super chat. We could listen to your voice all day, Walt. Great stream. Thank you, Nick. So kind of you to say. Well, we're going to check in with this Spirit Airlines aircraft, which is now on final approach. There it is, a little higher than I thought it was going to be. Got my tripod locked down, so I've got to really groan to move it in place here. And I'll tell you from whence it came momentarily. And that came to us by way of Los Angeles. It was an Airbus A320. I'm remembering that I had tightened my tripod down so that I could show you that American Airlines Heritage livery. And I did make a note of when we would see that. Did I? Out. 2:46. It's going to El Paso, that Heritage livery. We should see it out here. In fact, not too long from now. 2:46 was the scheduled time. And it's going to El Paso. It should come over here to say hello to us, so we'll get a good look at it then. There is American Airlines Flight 1229, an Airbus A321. It's poised to depart to Los Cabos in Mexico. And before that happens, we're going to see Viva Aerobus Flight 684 coming in from Monterey. This will be an Airbus A321 on Runway DFW on a puffy cloud Saturday. One of the things that Kevin told me, Kevin of Airline Videos Live, who was here last week, and when you got some free time, you should go back and watch those shows over on his channel. one of the things he told me was something that he had learned from someone else, and that is when you're moving a camera about with a tripod, your muscles kind of want to jerk to keep up with what you're tracking. And you kind of have to consciously, and I guess probably for him it's now subconscious, to not exhibit that behavior. And he learned that from another photographer. And so I learned that from him, and as you watch, you will see me trying to emulate that technique. And I hope to get much better at that, because that is probably what I feel my weakest point is, my weakest attribute. Frontier is next from San Francisco, an A320. It's flight 2710. And what's that on the tail? Is it somebody we know? If you've got a big screen TV or a bigger screen than I've got, you probably could tell at least what it was. I could not, but thanks to the miracle of Flight Radar 24, I'll be able to tell you that that was, didn't list it. Doesn't list what the name of whatever that is on there. It's some sort of a frog or a turtle, or I can't tell. That's a first. I've always seen Flight Radar 24 come through with the name of whatever creature is on the tail there. But that was not to be this time. Now here's one of those things that you probably only see, well, I don't know, you might see this at a smaller airport. But here's American Flight 1229. It's about to leave for Los Cabos in Mexico, the resort town at the south end of the Baja Peninsula. Well, what we've got coming in now is Flight 1304, another Airbus A321, arriving from Los Cabos. So there you are in one picture, those two planes representing the same city pair. I've really got to get caught up on all these messages from you guys. So we thanked Nick. Ralph says some other spotters also have a thanks button. Have you ever thought about it? Well, what we've got here on YouTube is the super chat button. So if you like what you see, hit the button and take a look at what is being offered to you. Now we don't yet have a membership plan at Runway DFW, and that's because I haven't, this is a part-time thing for me, and I haven't yet figured out what I could do to make a membership. My kind of initial thought is to do something as a discount, so like just something a small amount, kind of a token amount, something you wouldn't miss every month. But if it would, if you could do it every month and we had enough people, it would make a big difference for us. There's American Flight 49, a 787-9 coming in from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. Bienvenue, y'all. Lauren Perkins says, today is my nephew's 15th birthday, and he's right next to y'all while y'all are filming this. Thanks for all the work that you do. Where is Lauren Perkins' nephew? You? I said hello to him earlier. That's so great. Bill Caldham checks in from Arkansas. Good afternoon, Walt. Good afternoon to you, Nick. CF says today is some windy landings. Yes, we do. I'm way behind on these chats. They're talking about the A340. Mrs. Runway DFW, Charlene Dawkins, says, I think Walt is still in recovery after the AVL Kevin action this past week. I think you're right. I had to work yesterday at my regular job, and so today I just kind of slept in. And it's kind of hard to get restarted again. I am very far behind on my messaging here. Emery says, hey Walt, when is the Airbus, or I'm sorry, the Lufthansa flight 439 expected to depart back to Frankfurt? And I have it written down here at 4 o'clock Central Time, so about an hour and 10 minutes away. So we'll be here for that. Oh, I'm so far behind on this. Oh, there is that United, or that American Airlines livery that I love so much. Let's see if we can give you a better shot of it here as it comes over the bridge on its way to El Paso. Don't you like that? Just a handsome look. Now, of course, this plane is painted gray. You know, the base color is gray. It's not silver aluminum as the original livery was, but it's just so nice to see that look. I could see a whole airport full of these again. And I believe the nomenclature for that horizontal stripe is called a cheat line, if I have that terminology correct. Now, I don't know, so I guess some people would say that's kind of retro, but it looks classic to me. I think it's one of those things like the Pan Am livery, although they changed up the Pan Am livery over the years. But I don't know, I like to see the AA with a little eagle on the tail there as opposed to the striped look of the current livery. Now we get to see it in the sun. And again, this flight's going out to El Paso. I know we seem to be ignoring the other planes right now, but I don't know. I just want to see this. There it is compared with the current livery. And of course, if you came here, what, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, this whole airport would be filled with planes that look just like this. Well, is that aluminum? Is that aluminum? Is that unpainted underneath the plane? I can't tell. And under the red stripe, is that unpainted? And you have to wonder, if you're not a plane spotter, if you get on this plane and you're a passenger and you say, oh yeah, what's different about that plane? I don't know if they get the significance. Again, that's an Airbus A321. Which is only 7 years old, and so that was built after, I believe, after American switched over to the current livery. So soak it all in, folks. And Michelle RS, one of our great mods, says it has to be no paint. LOL. Cat's Meow says beautiful. Triano says, what a livery. So it is ready to jet off to El Paso in West Texas. I think that's the most distant destination from DFW to any point in Texas. Getting quite a bit of haze as we zoom in at full extent. So I think we had some agreement on that. Oh, and Stuart is hearkening back to that Frontier flight. We had no idea what it was, or I had no idea. On the Frontier website, it's Rivero, the Puerto Rican crested toad. Thank you, Stuart. And Car Enthusiast is also enthusiastic about that American Airlines livery. What is the time? 2:56. Well, in the next hour, we're supposed to be seeing an Air China 747 coming in from Atlanta, a CargoLux 747 coming in from Mexico City, and at 3:40, we're supposed to be seeing a CargoLux 747 going out to Chicago O'Hare, followed by the A340 from Lufthansa going back to Frankfurt. And speaking of that vintage livery, is it the last of its kind? No, I don't think so, because the plane was delivered after American stopped using that. So now I'm going backwards in our chat. The car enthusiast who we've already heard from says, "Hello, Walt," and hello to you. Daniel from Germany says, "Good evening, ladies and gents, amigas y amigos." So that was Portuguese. Amigas e amigos, and seniors, senores y senoritas. What do we have here? It's flight 1049, American Airlines, coming in from Monterrey, Mexico. It's an Airbus A319. As we use our multi-camera technology to bring you different views of the same thing. Okay, now I'm still trying to catch up with all your kind messaging. Charlene says, "Walt needs a chat secretary out there, so much to track." I should take this opportunity to give a big shout out to the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Yes, they are standing guard over the chat room, making sure to boot those bots and to make sure that your visit to our chat room is a friendly one. So thank you all to our members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, and I know you will reach out to them and say thank you as well, because they are doing a fine, fine job for us. Well, it's 3 o'clock.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Our sound engineers got a little mixed up there. It's Saturday, October 15th, 2022. I am here at DFW Airport with you. No Kevin. Kevin is far away. We wish he were still here, but we'll do the best we can in his absence. And we'll be here for a number of hours. So hopefully you'll see something you like along the way as we broadcast to you live from the from the Runway DFW official satellite truck, which, you know, I've checked. No other. Oh, I didn't mean that. Sorry.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
No other live broadcast has this. So that's the one thing you can see on Runway DFW that you can't see elsewhere. And so, boy, I smell a lot of jet fuel right now. Hope I don't get loopy. But anyway, so stick with us. We'll be doing this all afternoon long on Runway DFW. Hit it, boys. Oh man, did our dish just fall over on camera? That's embarrassing. That's a heavy dish too. We'll have the crew right that wrong. Tape down my camera, my phone mount here, because it fell over in a gust earlier, and I have this blue painter's tape, which is not very heavy duty, but it just keeps things in place. So okay, now let me see if I've gone back, if I've missed anything. Did I see Brad Ward? Brad Ward, hi all. Sorry on my phone, so hard to tag. Yeah, I know. Why doesn't YouTube fix that? It's so much easier to do when you're on a computer. But thank you, Brad. It's good to see you there. Brad Ward, of course, the executive producer of Airline Videos Live. UK Can 33, a £2 super chat. Walt, I'm a veteran traveler. Streams DFW runway. So I'm so glad that you are there hanging out with us today. Ralph Reif says, I loved Sky King's airplane. He's referring to our Action Open. That was American Airlines Flight 3599 coming in from Panama City after an hour and 43-minute trip. That's a long, seems like a long flight for a regional jet. American Eagle jet. So I am scrolling quickly through our chat room. I'm trying not to miss anything, and if I do, I apologize to you guys. I think I missed this one. Nick Woodward with a £10 super chat says, we could listen to your voice all day, Walt. Great stream. Thank you, Nick. That's a nice thing to say. But what can I say? Thank you very much. Neil C. Grab just subscribed to Runway DFW. Thank you, Neil. Steve Lundby says, didn't know about your channel till Kevin said he was going to visit DFW. Now I have another great channel to watch. Thank you so much. Michael Lemaster says, hello, Walt. Always like your shows. And so now... we still haven't gotten that dish repaired yet. But Chuck notes that the small dish is still working. Phew. Chuck Tolsma, who spent a bunch of time out here with us. It was great to see him. He favored us with some, he was here with his sister. He favored us with some great Topo Chico sparkling waters. Those are great. And Kevin became an instant fan of Topo Chico. And I don't know if it's available everywhere in the U.S., but if you can get a hold of one, check it out. I mean, it's just sparkling water, but it's extra effervescent. It's really nice. Maggie Warts has just tuned in, which I hope is good. Daniel says, I just love that jingle. Thank you. Thank you. I think he's referring to our top of the hour thing. And Angela Smith says, great looking clouds. I love clouds like that. That kind of, when you don't have any terrain, as I was telling Kevin, when you don't have any terrain to look at, you don't have any mountains and you don't have any oceans. It's just nice to have some clouds to look at and to kind of imagine that those are snow-peaked mountains off in the distance. Well, revving up there. Well, we've got a couple things going on here. Got a Sky West plane, not Sky King, but Sky West, coming in from Aspen, Colorado. And I kind of missed that. I didn't miss it, but it's American Eagle flight number 3234, operated by SkyWest Airlines, not Sky King Airlines. I keep hearing noise coming from the our pals next door at the UPS cargo facility. They generally do not operate out of here on Saturday. However, one of the marker lights on top of this MD-11 is flashing. Doesn't mean it's going anywhere. I don't see it on the radar as being an active plane. They might be just doing some engine tests. But can you hear something's revving up over there? But I think I do see some sort of a test stand adjacent to the camera, or some stairway, so that plane's not going anywhere. There's the N number for you folks if you have any interest in looking that one up. Classic MD-11. That was one of those lingering landings where the plane kind of hovers off the runway for a few feet for, it seems like longer than usual. And who knows, that may be some kind of an automated system where ground radar senses the ground and then eases the jet down to the ground, or it could just be the pilots. And that was flight 2807 coming in from San Francisco. Yeah. American Airlines flight number 2845 is now about to arrive from Salt Lake City. And I thought it was there. It is. For some reason, our cheapest camera, our little GoPro clone, is making the nicest blue skies today. I'll do an A/B comparison of that camera and our main camera. See the difference? It doesn't pop out the way that that $50 camera looks. So that looks good. Stuart Tingley says, I've checked for Topo Chico here in New Brunswick in Canada and can only find it mixed with alcohol and sold in liquor stores. Yeah, that's kind of a recent addition, but I think it's distributed differently than the water version of it. So, yeah, I can't vouch for, I'm not a drinker, so I don't drink at all. So I've never tasted the adulterated version of it, but I can vouch for the original. So if you can find it, check it out. This portion of Runway DFW brought to you by Topo Chico Water. That, of course, is an Embraer 175. It is arriving, as you can see. I was kind of vamping because I was trying to find it on the radar, but it was obscured by all the other planes that are parked here. I think it's time for me to filter. Well, I don't have that filter on this device. I have flights filtered by speed on some of my other devices, you know, how fast they're going, so all the ones that are just parked won't clutter up the screen. Which is one of the nice features of the software known as Flight Radar 24. And look at that. We've got another super chat, which I saw pop up on the screen there from Barbara, and I don't see it yet here in the chat room. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. Okay, maybe it's... Oh, here it is. Hold on, folks. There's our chat from Barbara P. Sterling. $20 from her for your effort with no face reveal in memories brought back by that American Airlines old livery I flew on as I date my age. Nice, peaceful stream. Thank you, Barbara. So kind of you. And more Topo Chico talk. UK Can 33. That's got to... Oh, that's not what I was looking at. Sorry, Nick. Cat's Meow was saying, I see that it is available in California. Well, I would expect Topo Chico water to be available in border states, in U.S. states that border Mexico. So in California, at least Southern California and Arizona and New Mexico. So check it out. TriStar Darren says, huge skies there in Texas. I'm looking at something now I don't recognize. Trying to find it. Well, look at this. Talk about retro livery. It's the American Airlines Astrojet livery. Wow, we got a double play for you today. Look at that little lightning bolt on the side. Now this is an older design than the one we saw a little earlier. And you can see, if you can catch it by the tail there, it says Astrojet. And you probably would have seen this on the 707s that American flew back in the day. Of course, this is not a 707. This is a 737. And this is on its way to Mexico City, so wow. So for a channel that revels in older music and older graphics and this fits in just perfectly. You see an A-B comparison there. This is fun. I like this. So we need to be playing some swingin' 60s music right about now. So to my mind, that livery looks a little too dated. I mean, it's fun to see, but I think American could go back to that design we saw earlier with the double A on its tail. And everyone would think that was fine. I don't know, maybe. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. American Flight 2579 is arriving now from Denver, Colorado. It's an Airbus A321 here on Runway DFW. UK Can 33 says Walt at Runway DFW. My first flight was on a Viscount 4-prop plane. That must have been an experience. The first real aircraft I saw was my dad with another 4-prop. It was a Lockheed Constellation that he was flying, coming in from Alaska on what was then what was it called? Oh, Idlewild Airport in New York, now Kennedy. Gerard, one of our great moderators, says, on behalf of the whole Runway DFW crew, we thank you very much for being with us today to spend your valuable free time with us. With behind the camera, the one, the only, and amazing, world famous. I think you're overdoing it there, Gerard. Walt's workout. Thank you. Afsan's Vlogs, Railfan, says, hello, Walt. The frame before live stream shows Emirates. What happened? And you're talking about what we show as the thumbnail to our flight, or to today's broadcast. That came from just a freeze frame from earlier this week. Now, of course, we can't show you a thumbnail of what we're doing today. By the way, that was, I think we have that one. That's Cortez the Green Turtle that you just saw passing by there. So nothing happened. It was just I just caught as I recall, that shot features, and again, I'm talking about the thumbnail that points you to this stream. There was an American jet landing, and it was landing right in front of an Emirates plane as well as a Japan Airlines plane. I thought, well, that's kind of a good mix to show you kind of the international aspect of what goes on here. So that's why I picked that flight, or that particular combination. You know, these freeze frames that lead you to YouTube channels or YouTube streams are intended to kind of get your attention and grab you and say, hey, maybe I'll see something like that. So I hope it worked. You're here. Angela Smith says, has a $20 super chat. Great job always, Walt, with streams and supporting Kevin with AVL this week. Kudos. Also nice meeting Michelle RS and Chuck Tolsman. Thank you, Angela. And Angela brought us some barbecue on our final night, which was very nice. And we see Angela out here quite often. And that was so nice of her to send us a super chat. Thank you. And that was good barbecue. I don't eat barbecue that often, so it's always a treat. I'm going to spend the day with my grandson tomorrow, and I know what we're going to eat because he always wants the same thing when we're out together, and that's something called mod pizza. So that's fine. That's fun. In there, Angela, you got our automated acknowledgement as well, so I'm glad you could get double acknowledged there. Danny Kennedy says Topo Chico is available at Sam's Club in Dallas and Plano, Texas. And he again is talking about the carbonated water from Mexico. It's kind of hit or miss at Walmart, though, because I go to Walmart more often than I do Sam's Club. And so Stuart Tingley says, holy cow, amazing Astrojet livery, which we saw a little earlier. And Brian Pounder says you can get that water on Amazon, Walt, but you might have to pay a pretty penny for that. I haven't looked it up. I suspect you're going to get a lot of, I don't know, maybe. Well, the water itself is going to cost a lot to make up for the shipping. It's not light. It's pretty heavy. And if you can find it, get the Topo Chico in a glass bottle. They sell it in plastic bottles as well, but you got to get the glass bottle. And Afsan's vlog says, is Emirates 211 diverting here? Because the picture before the live stream begins shows Emirates. Well, Emirates flies here. And I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, maybe on that day we were... I think that picture comes from Thursday or maybe Wednesday or maybe Tuesday. I can't remember. It's from one of our broadcasts earlier this week. Tiago Guy, 87, with a $5 super chat. Keep up the good work. I live right next to DFW Airport, and it's so cool seeing the planes land. Well, Tiago Guy, 87, you ought to come out here. You can see them in person and live. And if I'm here, I'd be happy to say hello to you and thank you in person for that kind super chat. Thank you. It's a little warmish today. It's in the 80s, but it's we've got that southerly breeze, and we're still in the shade here, so everything is nice. That was American Flight 1670 from Albuquerque, a 737-800, the backbone of the American narrow-body fleet. And I see our first Queen of the Day in the skies, now on approach. Coming in from Anchorage, it's going to be Singapore Airlines Cargo. And it's going to be the first of several Queens that we see this afternoon, fingers crossed. All cargo, no passengers. And for you fans of large aircraft, we will be seeing the British Airways A380, the only super jumbo we see here currently at DFW Airport. That will be landing right a little after 5. I think it's pretty close to on time today. It'll be right around 5 o'clock Central Time. So about 90 minutes from now. Donald Connor with a nice comment. Great show, Walt. Never miss your stream from DFW. Michelle RS says, how about $30 for 12 of them Amazon Topo Chicos? Yeah, that sounds about, it's about a little more than double the price you'd pay retail here in Texas anyway that I've seen. I've seen them for about $12 for a carton of 12. Walt, did you know at one point, says Emre Yurtas, that DFW to Sydney was the world's longest non-stop passenger flight? It got displaced recently, and now it's down to about 5th in line, I think. And Nick Woodard says, great shot, Walt. The Queen. Shall we play our music? Some people don't like our music. Yes, that's our Queen theme. I've never come up with one for the king of the skies, the A380. I don't know. More Topo Chico talk. Chuck Tolsma says, I only buy the bottles when I see them. They get snapped up quickly. They do indeed. Scaled Hobby says the Dreamliner mishap was an amazing capture Thursday. The wheel fell off while the gear was retracting. I don't think it was a Dreamliner. It was a Dream Lifter, I believe what it was. It was a Boeing plane, big cargo plane. And you may have seen the YouTube video of it, or it's probably on the other social media as well. It was taking off, and one of the wheels just fell right off. And fortunately, no one was in the way of it, because that would have been a fatal blow for sure. It has 47 wheels or something, so it could land without that one wheel, but I guess investigations are underway as to why it fell off. You don't want that happening. Rob Blackman says, greetings, Walt. Greetings to you, Rob. And TriStar Darren says, Dream Lifter, though, right? Yes, Dream Lifter. Want to make sure we get that right. Angela Smith says, another Queen is slated to arrive in 10 minutes. CargoLux flight CV6616. And according to my notes, that should be coming in from Mexico City. Now, I had on my list here an Air China 747 coming in from Atlanta. I don't know if that's a thing or not. Let me see here. Let me look at my 747s in the air. So yeah, that flight from Mexico City is to the west, to the northwest of us now. It'll be circling around for a landing over here. We'll have a CargoLux coming in from Anchorage, a 747. That's due to arrive around just before 5:30 tonight, so probably after or right around the time we'll be seeing the A380. So it seems like a good day to be here. Always fun to have 747 action. We greet Flying Fish, who says, good afternoon to everyone. And Cute Seal confirm. Oh, did we? Yeah, we posted that earlier. It'll be less than 8 minutes now. There's American Flight 888 coming in from Oklahoma City. Brendan Flaherty says, I wish Kevin could have gotten to experience more of the south flow. And what he's talking about is, well, you're seeing the airplanes landing from the north and arriving, they're traveling south as they arrive. And when that happens, they pass by right in front of us, right in front of our camera position. And also, the planes take off here on the west side, right from where camera 2 you're looking at right now is pointed. So in other words, we get a really good look at what's happening. And he was here, his first day here and evening. Kevin got to see that. And then on Wednesday morning, I was broadcasting and we had the same south flow going. And I think he got to see one plane take off. I think it was a 747, and then they switched it up and everything started operating from the other direction. Reverse operations is what they call it at other airports. North flow is what they call it here. And so it wasn't ideal, but Kevin's a pro. He made the best of it. Brian says, can't hear your ATC, Walt. Well, I'm waiting. I've got a bid in to eBay on a mixer which would give us the ability to mix in the sound. Right now, the sound of the ATC, the air traffic control, is coming in from a scanner which is in the vicinity of our Wild Sound microphone. And that is far from ideal because we're just acoustically coupling the scanner to the to our stream. I am working on getting the equipment that we'll need to feed it directly in, which is what we really need here. So bear with us. We're working on things to improve the stream all the time. Flying Fish wants to know, how often does DFW use the diagonal runways? And we will show you what he's talking about here. There's a map looking down from satellite of Google Earth down upon DFW Airport. We are located where the blue Runway DFW logo is. We overlook runways 18 left and 18 right, which are those vertical yellow lines adjacent to us. And then on either side of the airport there's diagonal yellow lines, and those are runways 13 right and 13 left. And we don't see those in use all that often, but they are when the wind was being crazy, they'll use them. When there's a lot of traffic, they will direct some of the aircraft onto those runways. We cannot see them from where we are. So enough of runway talk now. We're going to get back to some more 747 action as we watch this CargoLux come in from Mexico City on your home for DFW Airport action when Airline Videos Live is not here. Runway DFW. Ooh, it's got the white nose. Wasn't able to get my air horn out for that one. Maybe I need like a flashing red light on top of my camera. Now my camera is pretty small, but on top of it I've got a monitor with a hood. So it looks a lot more imposing than it really is, but I don't know. I'm not going to yell at people.
No departure, American 2028, 1,800, climb in via the Harbor 3.
So we'd follow along with this, everyone, but we've got a flight from down under coming in. Qantas Flight 7 coming in from Sydney. Thank you. The young plane spotter stepped out of the way so we could bring you a little more of this shot. There it is. This is a Dreamliner, 787-9. And again, the last I checked, this is the 5th longest flight in the world by miles. Passenger flight. Scheduled passenger flight. 14 hours and 24 minutes coming this way from Sydney. A little longer on the flip side, I think, because of the headwinds.
17,000 American 20.
So I've been on a flight from here to Seoul, Korea, and back. And that was a long flight. It's probably, what, 12 hours or so? At least 11 or 12 hours. And as I've said before, I was very lucky to be in first class because I had some advantage miles and they had some special deal and got a really good price on advantage miles. And so I got to experience first class on a long international flight, and you know, if you can swing it, that's really the coolest way to go. Jane Elizabeth said, anyone see the new Virgin A330 Neo today? Amazing. Yes, that was featured on the Big Jet TV channel, and that was quite a production they had of it taking off in Toulouse and landing in London a little while later and capturing the interim using Flight Radar 24 3D simulation technology. Nick Woodward says, anyone remember People Express Continental 747s? I remember People Express, and of course I remember Continental. I don't remember their 747s, though. I'll have to look that up. Brian Pounder says, Walt, you're making a great job, buddy. Thank you. It looks like that. Is that fire truck following the CargoLux? No. Looked like it was. It was an optical delusion, ladies and gentlemen. Ken Finch says, hello everyone from the UK. Good to see you there. Good evening to you. And, I was just speaking about Seoul in North Korea. And our next incoming flight is American 280. The 787-8, which will be touching down here in North Texas after a 12-hour flight. So I was about right, 12 hours. So that'll be our next arrival on Runway DFW. Coming out of the northern skies. Out of the blue of the northern sky. We are, as always, at DFW Founders Plaza, where you see lots of folks hanging out here on a Saturday afternoon. And, hey, it's good to see you again.
Came out to support you too.
Thank you, Jay. Jay, former flight controller, now enjoying retirement years by coming out here and watching airplanes. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, so we've got another international flight coming in, this one from Doha. This will be Qatar Flight 729. And this will be a flight of 15 hours and 25 minutes, at least so far. It's going to be another few minutes before they get to the terminal. So we're happy that it's... and oftentimes this will come in on the east side of the airport. But today they have directed it over to us. So thank you, Control Tower. Randy Caldwell is the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Randy. Brian Pounder with a super sticker of £4.49 says Sheba Dog saying good job, while raising his thumb up. Thank you, Brian Pounder. So we've still got another probably minute or so before the flight from Doha gets into view. I think we're having fun this afternoon. We're having some good luck. Jesse CM says, when I come down spotting at Founders, we always stay at the Clarion. The manager is a spotter. If she knows you are, she will put you on the top floor overlooking FedEx, seeing all the east traffic. That is good to know. That's a good plane spotting tip, Jesse. I may have to call over there, because I'd like to show people the east side of the airport. We've never seen it before here on the channel. Kimbo Random says, greetings from right next to you. I was wondering if you knew when the next big flight is coming in. It seems like they're coming in all afternoon. So stay with us. The next big one is going to be, and there's the automated thank you for Brian Pounder for his £4.49 super chat. Her name is Melody over there at the Clarion, so I'm going to check that out. I'd looked over there at hotels, and that one didn't pop into my sites, so you know. Okay, so here comes our flight from Doha. The big Q, as Kevin of Airline Videos Live likes to call it. And he explained that was because there were so many variations on how to pronounce that name. And I kind of settled in on Qatar, but of course I've heard it guitar as well. Or gutter. Gutter may be phonetically correct, I don't know, but this doesn't sound right in English. Maybe imposing our Western culture on it, but no offense is intended. I'm just going to call it Qatar or Qatar. I can't even remember what I call it now. Qatar is what I think I call it. Claire Lowry just subscribed. Thank you, Claire. Flying Fish says there's been some good action since I tuned in 30 minutes ago. Yeah, this has been a good afternoon so far. What is this? I'm going to swing around real quick because this... Sorry, I don't usually do that, but I couldn't tell what this was. Oh, it's a Spirit. It was coming in some kind of a cloudy shade, and I thought it was an unusual livery that I'd never seen before, but I've seen that one before. That was coming in from Orlando, that A321. On this spectacularly partly cloudy day. There's that A350 taxiing. Just a 2-year-old bird. Parking lot here is filling up at DFW Founders Plaza, which is a free viewing area. Somebody suggested they ought to have food trucks out here. That would be great. But they'd probably need, if they had food trucks, they'd probably need to have restrooms, and they don't have those either. But a lot of people bring their own food, bring a picnic lunch, and just kind of spread out on the grass and have some fun watching planes. And there you see a second Qatar plane already parked over there. I think that's parked in the overflow parking lot. This one, of course, that's moving is headed towards Terminal D, the international terminal, where all the international flights terminate. Not all the international flights go off from there, because you only have to go through customs when you come in. So there are the occasional international flights which will cast off from other terminals. And there you can see in the middle of your screen there the tail of the A340, which we expect to see go out a little later this afternoon. And fingers crossed that it will depart from here on the west side, because it's always fun to see that 4-engined jumbo take off from right in front of us. How are you all today? Glad you could hang out with us for a while. And Emery wants to know, Walt, when does Emirates from Dubai typically arrive? I think they only have one flight a day, and it usually comes in right after 9 a.m., at least on weekdays. I don't know if their weekend schedule is any different. And Mark Williams wants to know if I can see the Clarion from my location. And I'd have to look at a map to see if I can make it out from here. He's talking about the Clarion Hotel. And thank you, Stephanie Hansen, for subscribing, our newest subscriber on Runway DFW, where we're approaching 7,600 subscribers. We've had quite a good month this month. Thanks to all of you and letting others know about us. So the Clarion. Okay, I'm seeing it on the map. And yeah, it does kind of overlook the east side runways. Maybe we can get a deal with the Clarion like Jerry has with the Hilton Garden Inn over at Heathrow, which is where his associate was watching that new Airbus plane come in this morning. They give them a little plug and people know about it, and so I don't know, maybe we can work something out with those folks over there. Thank you for the suggestion. And Jesse says the top floor is the fourth in the new part, so I'll check that out. I'm a Pangolin says gates B1 through B4 also handle mostly regional aircraft international arrivals. It has to do with how they block gates off to funnel people through to customs and immigration. So see, I'm learning something today. Thank you, Ima. Runway DFW satellite truck is beaming our signal to you around the globe. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday afternoon. Saturday afternoon in Texas. It's of course the evening time in Great Britain and in parts of Europe, and we're just happy to have you with us wherever you may be. Andrea Molson says, when my son was at college before university, he did 2 weeks work experience at Manchester Airport. He helped push back 2 planes. One was a Big Q and the other was a Singapore 747. Well, that must have been an experience. But that's seared into his memory hole. Jesse CM, I'm going back in time in our chat here, so it seems it's a little out of sequence, but he says hello to everyone. I'm in Norman, Oklahoma. I drive down to Founders quite frequently. I'd love to meet Walt, OZ, and anyone else. So we'd love to see you too. I hope you can make it down here sometime when we are broadcasting our signal to you. All right, you're about to see American Airlines Flight 3438 coming in from American Eagle flight coming in from Morelia in Mexico. It's an Embraer 175. Let me see if I can get the rest of its arrival on camera 1. We have these stretches sometimes when there's not a lot happening, which is nice time to catch up with all of you. Oh, and it's also a great time to remind you of what you are looking at.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Alrighty everyone, it's Saturday, October 15th, 2022. It's Walt. We've got lots more to go on this afternoon. Of course, the highlight is always the big A380 coming in from London And it's pretty close to being on time this afternoon, right around 5 o'clock. What do we have coming up in this hour? We should see Air France going off in the next few minutes back to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. We should also be seeing very soon the Lufthansa A340 headed back to Frankfurt. So stick with us for more great action from your favorite new airport, Runway DFW Airport on Runway DFW. Is this where I'm supposed to talk? Yes, I think so. Okay. I'll say some words and stuff, and we'll keep going. We haven't seen any old aircraft today, or what I consider to be old, or at least nothing that I've observed. Usually we'll see a plane going back to the 90s, or, we have jingles for planes that were built in the 90s or the 80s. Haven't seen any of those today yet. Flying Fish says, gotta walk the dog back in a bit. That's the beauty of watching a stream like this. You're watching it on YouTube, so you can just pause it and pick it up where you left off, or just dive in and watch it live. Jane Elizabeth is noting we spell colour in the UK like this. And that is their behaviour over there. That's how they do that. And they get those words from their laboratory, which is made of aluminium. So don't you worry, Jane. I know all your tricks. I'll be putting all my equipment back in the boot of my car, too. You might be able to hear the wind is picking up again. If we go live to our satellite truck, we'll probably see one of the dishes topple over in a second here. Yeah, I was right. There you see it live and in color. The toppling of a dish. Our visual indication of wind here at DFW International Airport. Our other big indicator is the gigantic American flag there next to the radar tower on the north side of the airport, and you can see it's blowing quite briskly in the wind. We're about to see a Delta flight, Flight 2898 on its way to Los Angeles. About to traverse your screen there. That's an A320, Flight 2898. Here comes a flight from Mazatlan in Mexico, American Airlines. And so Delta going on out to LAX, which, as we frequently let you know, that's the number one destination from Dallas-Fort Worth. Multiple airlines fly the route, including Delta, including Spirit, I believe. And American seems to be going there about every hour or so to LAX. LAX, the home of Airline Videos Live, where plane jockey Kevin spent 3 days with us this past week. Go back and watch those for some fun. And of course, Kevin's gearing up for his big Sunday Spectacular program, which begins in the morning. And I always want to say it's 9 a.m. Dallas time, but maybe it's, I don't know. Check his YouTube channel, Airline Videos, for the time in your area. Check local listings, as they used to say. Oh, thank you. Good to see you. That was Jay, the former flight controller, who hung out quite a bit with Kevin, and got to say hello to him and shoot the breeze about air traffic controlling. Jay, very youthful, because when you retire, well, they operate kind of on pilot qualifications for air traffic controllers. And so I think he said his age 52 is when you've got to hang up your microphone in the tower. And that seems pretty far in my rearview mirror at this point, so I don't know what I would have done. I would have had to do something. Well, of course, they've got a pretty good pension, I am told, those air traffic controllers. So probably you can just have the good life. Where's that United flight? I was going to track the United flight from San Francisco, and I think we can see it now on camera 1. There it is. It's coming in on the east side, so I won't be able to see it very clearly. It's pretty far away. It's an Airbus A319, flight 1677, coming in from the city by the bay. Got the old livery going. There it goes by the radar tower. You'll see it go past some hotels and such before it disappears into the part of the east side of the airport that we cannot see from here. Now, as far as hotels go, there's the Westin over there. Where is it? There it is. I thought that might be a good place to hang out. They've got windows facing out on the overlooking the east runways. So if you're a manager over there at the Westin, reach out to me at runwaydfw@gmail.com, and maybe we can work something out, huh? There's an Embraer 175 coming in from Fargo, North Dakota. American Eagle. Kind of having a laid back time here. Let's check in. Let's see if we can figure out where the... Is this it? No. Yes? No. Well, that's Air France headed out. Now it may take off from over here. Usually they've been directing it over to the east side of the airport for takeoff to France. And we're also waiting to see the Lufthansa A340, which will be destined for Frankfurt. So let's see, as this goes by Terminal D, we'll see if we can latch on to the... Oh, there's the A340. There it is. It's being pushed back. See it right there? Nice. I'd love to see an A340 parked next to a Boeing 707 or a DC-8, because the design of this, even though this is a wide body and those were narrow body, the design looks very similar. Not exact, of course, but it just kind of is reminiscent of that original jet age, which is kind of why I like the 340. You see those big puffy clouds dotting the sky over North Texas. And here comes Air France. It's flight 159. It's a 787-9 Dreamliner. Truck just skated around. Gonna have to chock its wheels or something. We've got the Runway DFW satellite truck secured now. Regrettably, I believe we're going to have to say that our Air France flight is headed over the bridge to the east side. You see it there. Will that... Oh man, we had our... Boy, we've got to get some tie downs on those satellite dishes over there. There goes Air France. How about an Alaska Airlines flight? You're not looking at it right now. You're looking at an American Airlines flight 1076, an A320 off to Monterey. But I think we've got our first Alaska flight of the afternoon, although Alaska Airlines does not fly to Alaska from DFW. This one's coming in from Seattle. This will be a 737 MAX 9. And there it is. So our next question of departure surrounds the big A340. And there it is in all its glory.
Departure American 1076, 2,400 for 10,000. Okay, radar contact, maintain 17,000, American 1076.
So we will lovingly follow this great bird as it heads off to Frankfurt. We may pull away if we see the Air France flight to Paris taking off on the east side, which it's getting ready to do. Looks like it's next up for departure. Waco 17,000, American 1076. So again, what we're hoping for is this plane will not make a right turn to the east side of the airport, but instead we'll get the high sign from the traffic control tower to make a U-turn and head off to Frankfurt from over here. Now our Air France flight is on the move. And yeah, I think that one is headed to the east side, so we'll have to get a long distance look at it as it takes off. Meanwhile, we're going to point our cameras in this general direction and see if we can get the Air France flight taking off. Please stand by. So thank you, Flight Radar 24, for letting us see things that we can't see with our eyes. A340 still going over the bridge there. That would be a sight to see from the spine road which leads to all the terminals. See an A340 go over you on a bridge. American Flight 2722 coming in from Reno, Nevada there. If you're new to Runway DFW, we welcome you. We thank you for watching. We'll be here till it's dark. We try to bring you the departure of the A380 back to London, and we should hopefully see that happening, because it should be here close to being on time today. Arya's World wants to know if is anyone watching from out of the DFW area. I'd have to say most of our viewers are from out of the DFW area, but I don't have a way to quantify that. And speaking of the A380, it's due in about 45 minutes. 5:11 is its estimated time, so about 50 minutes from now. And it's now, that plane is now over, looks like Arkansas. No, it's over Missouri, on its way to head over the northwest corner of Arkansas. I'm sitting here looking at your questions, and so I'm punching through this wide camera as these planes come in. That was American Eagle 4181 from Harlingen in South Texas. Peter Bellerman says those engines on the A340-300 look too small for it. I've noted, that's kind of what gives it that old, 707 DC-8 look to it. It's the engines which seem disproportionately small compared to what we're accustomed to seeing on the big two-engine jets. And we should be seeing the A340 taking off here. It looks like it's second in line, and we'll do the same thing we did with the Air France plane. We'll watch it take off from over the terminal buildings that block our view. Ramon Balderrama says, hi from Texas. Hello to you. And Air France is gone, yes, Eric Scusa. But we will be seeing the Frankfurt flight of Lufthansa flight 439 go out pretty soon. Ralph Reif says, do you ever use the lift? And I guess he's talking about the car hire service. I've used it maybe once, if he's asking me. Gene Stefani is from New Philadelphia, Ohio. I don't think I've ever heard of New Philadelphia, Ohio. Emre says College Station, Texas. Roy James, Arlington, Texas. Yeah, we're getting some answers as to where people are watching from. You're about to see flight 2081 American Airlines from Sacramento. It's an Airbus A321. And now we're going to get ready to bring you... Did it go away? I want to bring you the A340 now. It seemed to have disappeared from the radar there for a moment. Happens sometimes. I have reason to believe it's still over there, and I don't think it's taken off yet. Taking a sip of coffee, which at one time was iced. So I have reason to believe that the A340 is still over there somewhere, but for some reason its radar transponder is no mas. Matthew Bailey asks, what's the best app for flight tracking? And, you know, there could be some argument there. I use Flight Radar 24. I'm very happy with it. And, you know, it's worth a shot. You can either go to flightradar24.com and use it online in a computer browser, or download the app and you can get a free version with some dumbed down capabilities and ads. And if you really like plane spotting, I think at least the minimum, and they charge a fairly minimum amount on a monthly subscription for Flight Radar 24. So I would endorse that. Gene Stefani has offered up a super chat of $5. Thank you, Gene. Certainly appreciate that. That helps us pay the bills here. Donald Connor is watching us from Asheville, North Carolina, and we welcome you to our stream. Brian Pounder says he uses 4 flight trackers. One is Plane Finder, so that's another one you might want to check out. Okay, now I see the A340 is now back on the radar. It appears to be next in line for takeoff. And our powerful zoom lens will attempt to bring you a close look at that as it departs. As best we can do it. We are about to see another plane coming in from of Qatar Airlines, or is it Airways? Qatar Airways, I think. This will be a Qatar cargo plane coming in from Los Angeles, which we normally see here on a Saturday afternoon. It'll be a 777 freighter, and it'll be here in just a couple minutes. So hopefully we can bring you the A340 taking off, and if we can get the cargo plane coming in, that'll be a bonus. Well, it looks like the Lufthansa jet is still kind of waiting there at the top of runway 17 right. Keep an eye on on that. Here comes the Qatar Cargo 777. As we are dealing with a big gust of wind now. May have missed our opportunity on the A340. I'll double check that in a second. If you see me swinging wildly over to the right, that will be what I'm looking for. So I think we may have missed the A340 taking off, but I don't see any trace of it. Did it get away from us? I don't think it did. Maybe it turned off its transponder again. Oh no, it's still over there. Okay. Yay. So we won't have to miss that. It is parked right now. It's not moving. We'll probably be able to see it on that camera. You'll see its tail when it moves. Crossing the bridge there, you see Frontier Flight 2711 on its way to San Francisco. It'll be an A320 aircraft. Gene Stefani says, "You do nice work." Well, thank you, Gene. That's very kind of you. Gene left us a super chat, and that was super to have, and nice for you to say those kind words about us. Navy Jack says, if you fly on an A340-600, make sure you don't get seats in the back. You'll walk forever in that plane when you enter and leave. And I've told this story before, Navy Jack, but I had the same exact experience the last time I was on a DC-8. It was a Delta DC-8 leaving Los Angeles, and I was sitting in economy on a work assignment. Coming back to Dallas, and I got on that plane in the front and looked down the aisle, and I'd never seen so many. It looked like it went on forever and ever. And I believe, if I remember right, the stretch DC-8 that I was on was, and still is, one of the longest planes that's out there, and I don't know how that stacks up against the stretch version of the A340. I imagine they're probably both similarly long. The Frontier Airlines plane you saw in front of you is an A320 headed out to San Francisco. Again, it didn't have the designation for the animal that's on the tail there. I've come to expect that from you, Flight Radar 24, but we've had 2 Frontier planes so far that have not presented us with that information. We'll have to count on the good work of the Runway DFW fans out there to let us know what that might have been. Well, the flight off to Frankfurt appears to be grounded for the time being. I'm seeing flights go out in front of it, and perhaps that's because of some maybe there's weather on the way to Frankfurt. Did I bump that camera? Yes, I did. I want to catch the tail end of this Qatar cargo plane going into the parking zone. Came in from Los Angeles a short time ago. We saw it land. Just trying to level out our camera 2 there. Brian Pounder says, I remember flying on a Virgin A340, and when it took off, the front of the plane looked to be 20 feet higher than at the back. I've never been on one of those planes, so I can't, I've never really seen one any closer than we get to see here. Coming in from Oaxaca, Mexico, is this American Airlines Flight 1699 and A319. As we continue to wait for, we're on A340 watch. Get the answer from TriStar Darren. That was Rivero, the Puerto Rican crested toad. I guess that's the one we saw earlier. So they did a turnaround and took off again. So we've seen that crested toad now twice. Afsan's vlog saying, good work, Walt Zorko, thank you. I saw a little bounce in our stream there. I hope you didn't experience any outages. Let's check an arrival, shall we? When the wind is blowing like this, you might get a little out of kilter as you touch down, but not that plane. Not that one, sir. That was American Flight 1215 coming in from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. It's an Airbus A321. Kevin Mottershaw must be a little confused. He says, good evening, superstar Walt and crew. Aw, shucks. Just because I spent a little time as the sidekick of Kevin on his global #1 show on Airline Videos Live, just because I spent a little time on there, Doesn't make me a superstar. And yes, now I'm seeing some hits on our bandwidth again. And what I'm talking about, if you're, it's Emirates says, looks like the Lufthansa departed. I still see it on the ground with at 0 miles an hour over there on the east side. Now, sometimes flight radar isn't up to the second, but it's usually quite accurate, so I'll keep an eye out for that. But thank you for the information. Arya's World says, did I miss the British Airways? Well, no. There's only one British Airways flight into here on a daily basis. It's the A380 Super Jumbo, and it is coming in at about probably in the next 20 minutes or so, a little after 5 o'clock local time. So you did not miss it. Andrea Molson says, how many are there now liveries on Frontier? Last count was 128. And TriStar Darren has the answer, I believe 200 plus. Which must be why we see so many different ones. That was American Flight 2517 coming in from Calgary in Canada, an Airbus A319. I'm still looking at the Lufthansa A340 being bypassed by other planes. So, yeah, it could be, I don't know, I can't take a look at the big picture right now, but it could be there's some weather betwixt here and Frankfurt, which is keeping it on the ground. Don't have any indication that there's any kind of a technical problem. I don't see it headed back towards the gate. There's United plane, that'll be flight 2655 headed to Denver, Colorado. So we'll see what's going on with that old plane. Well, I say old plane, I don't know if it's an old plane. It's in the old livery. And yeah, this one dates back to the turn of the century. I always am amused when I use that term, because when I was little, the turn of the century meant 1900. But yeah, this is a 22-year-old aircraft, 737-824 it says here. I stepped away from the camera for a second to make sure that the A340 was still firmly attached to runway 17 right. This aircraft going out on 17 left at DFW Airport off to Denver. That is taking off really heavy, isn't it? Or it appears to be. I think you may be able to see the tail end of Volaris flight that just landed. Coming in from Guadalajara. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the airport, the A340 continues to sit over there as we see an American Eagle Embraer 175 move into place for takeoff to Amarillo in Texas. Stephanie Hansen says, I don't see Lufthansa on flight radar anymore. And yeah, it's kind of been bouncing on and off on my screen as well. And again, my only supposition is that it has, there's some sort of a ground stop on it for whatever reason. I would think most likely it has to do with weather conditions between here and Germany, and maybe it's just not an optimal time for it to take off, or perhaps there's some slot issues that it has to wait for its slot to be welcomed into European airspace. So I don't know. I don't think there's any issue with it. The plane, at least not something that is any kind of an emergency. I haven't seen any vehicles dispatched from this side of the airport to go over there. I'm sure for the passengers it's a frustrating experience to be waiting on a big jet to make a long journey across the Atlantic. To see where the big A380 is now. I do see it. It's about 25 minutes away. So we should see it coming in around 5:15 Central Time. The A380 is just about to cross the Texas-Oklahoma state line. Coming in now from Mexico City is American Airlines Flight 394. 737-800. Now I see the Lufthansa flight on the radar again. It was moving very slowly. and then it stopped. And when it does eventually take off, you should see the tail in the background there, because that's all we can see as it takes off. But there's another plane taking off in front of us now. We have American Airlines Flight 20 on the move. It is over there on the east side, getting ready for dispatch to London Heathrow, the 777. Again, that's a plane we're not seeing right now because of where it is located. As your host reaches into his ice bag, I don't have a Topo Chico, but I do have an Ozarka. Let me turn down the volume so you don't hear me slurping. Flight radar now showing the Lufthansa flight moving around at 1 mile an hour. I don't know if that's just an anomaly or if it's actually moving, but it looks like American Flight 20 is getting ready to lift off ahead of it. And again, that's a 777 bound for London Heathrow. I don't think we have any more flights to London Gatwick from here. I know that the couple times that Mrs. Runway DFW and I went across the pond, we flew into Gatwick both times together, and I think she said she traveled to London quite a bit before we got together, and she said that she always went into Gatwick from here on American. Of course, that was a while ago. See if we can see that 777 pull into the sky here. Imagine it'll be somewhere in this vicinity. So that's what we're hoping to see when the A340 lifts off, if it does. I don't have the air traffic frequencies dialed in for the east side, so if there's any communication regarding that Lufthansa flight, I'm not hearing it. Kevin Modershaw giving a shout out to Michelle RS, who also made an appearance on Kevin's streams from Runway DFW, and he says that she was amazing. She was quite entertaining in front of the microphone and behind the scenes. It was great to spend some time with Michelle RS, one of our great moderators, and a moderator also on Airline Videos Live. I told Michelle she should come out someday and hang out with us here at at Runway DFW. Find something for her to talk into, and I can just put it on cruise control when she's on the air. Arya's World wants to know how you see the airplanes, and I'm assuming Arya is talking about how we see them when we can't see them, and we use something called Flight Radar 24. It's one of a number of radar apps which let you see planes all around you. In fact, I have excuse me. I am a Flight Radar 24 feeder, which means that I have a radio in my attic which spots planes from all over, from about a 150-mile radius. Let me see if I can show you that while we're waiting for things to happen here. So please stand by. I have to log in on this other computer. So bear with me here as I filter out my... Oh, here we go. So I'm about to show you all the aircraft. Is this right? Could this be possibly right? Yeah. Okay, I question myself sometimes. So we're going to go to Flight Radar 24. And this is a look at North Texas and southern Oklahoma. And these are all the aircraft that my little Raspberry Pi computer in my attic are tracking right now. All those planes. So this information gets fed automatically to Flight Radar 24, and it gets combined with all their other feeds. And so that's why you get such an accurate layout of where all the aircraft are right now, because my feed combined with, I'm sure there are a number of other feeds coming to Flight Radar 24 in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they synthesize all that information and they get a very accurate look at where every plane is. Like, for instance, here's my radar is now tracking Flight 183, British Airways Flight 183, coming from Heathrow. That's the A380. And it's now north of McKinney, Texas, headed east on its way to the airport, which is right kind of in the center of the screen there. So just kind of a behind the scenes look at how Flight Radar 24 works and how you can contribute to it if you have a computer and a little radio receiver, which I think I bought mine for about $20. It doesn't cost much, and the antenna I used to put up in the attic was less than $10. So what you need is a good location for it, for the antenna, which I'm lucky enough to have. Oh, and as a bonus, you get a free subscription to their business, to the Flight Radar 24 business plan, which lets you, that's their highest level, so you can see everything without any ads or anything. So check it out. And Brian Pounder says, Walt, put it on 3D. You know what? I don't know if you can you do that with the desktop? I think you can only do that with the apps on the smartphone apps. If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, you can get a 3D view. This is what Jerry did this morning, Jerry and Jilly. This is pretty cool. So there's the A380 flying over North Texas now. Now, of course, that's not the real plane. That's just a computer simulation of it. But you can see in the sky around it the other aircraft that are flying. And you get a photorealistic view of the ground below it. So I don't know, maybe we'll go back to this view on its approach to DFW. But it's really nice to see the real thing, but we can't show it this far out, so kind of cool to show it to you that way. So that's one of the things you can do with Flight Radar 24. Did I miss Lufthansa now? I got so caught up with this, and yes, it did depart. So, well, it's when you get caught up with technology there, folks. Sorry about that. Aurelio Abreu says, do you use a filter for flights to and from DFW on Flight Radar 24? Yes, I do. Because otherwise, well, it's pretty crowded as it is. Sometimes I even use a filter for planes which are moving and planes which are going over 10 miles an hour. Because that filters out all the planes that are just kind of sitting there on the ground. And Kevin Mottershaw says, were you just lurking, Walt? If I had spotted you in chat, I would have said hello. It looks like a cool plane, that new version. He's referring to the Big Jet TV stream this morning. Yes, I was. I had it on my bedroom TV, and I wasn't in a position to type anything in. And I can't remember, was that some of Jerry's chats are open only to members, and I can't remember if that was one that was or not. But yes, I did see you in the chat this morning, Kevin, on Jerry's stream, which was pretty cool. CF is watching from Colleyville, Texas, just west of the airport. And yes, Jedrix Jones, I missed the A340, sorry. And CF says, hey, is Kevin the other person that runs the channel with you? Well, no, we are separate channels. Kevin has Airline Videos Live, which is well established, with going on 500,000 subscribers now. He's been doing this for quite a while, and so I'm just honored to have been a little part of his broadcast, but we are entirely independent of one another. So I don't mean to give anybody the impression that I'm an official part of his universe or he is with mine, but certainly we welcome him anytime here at DFW, and he was kind enough to give some shout outs to Runway DFW. So thank you for that, Kevin, if you are listening. Brian wants to know, Walter, are you and Kevin going to do a podcast? That is entirely up to him. If he makes the request, I will certainly let my agent consider that, and we will see where that goes from there. Yes, of course I would. Well, we're coming up on the time when we have to when we will see the A380. There's a big crowd approaching. Let's do a little break now here for you on runway DFW, shall we? I think we shall.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Hello once again, it's Walt from DFW Airport on Saturday, October 15th, 2022, just after 5 o'clock. Well, it's 9 minutes after 5 o'clock. But we've got some things to show you. Coming up in just a few minutes now, we will say hello to the Airbus A380 coming in from London. There you see it on approach on the Flight Radar 24 simulation. Should be here at 5:12. It's 5:09, almost 5:10, so let's get ready for some big boy action on Runway DFW. All sorts of people are now hanging out with us, as usually happens around this time of day. Big crowd on hand in front of me and behind me, some of whom may not even, this may be a new experience for them to see the A380. Others come out here to see it time and again just because it's such a cool plane to see. Something that big landing on a runway and making it look like it's easy peasy. And we see this sometimes. We get crowds of people headed out into the field adjacent to DFW Founders Plaza because they want to get the experience of the A380 flying almost directly overhead. And here it comes. So the excitement is building. Plane spotters, young and old, are getting ready, and we're going to take a look at it right now on Runway DFW. The A380 coming in from London. I hope I won't have to get the air horn out here. Might have touched down a little earlier than I've come to expect it to. Not that there's any problem with that, there's plenty of runway. The runway is 2 miles long. Never gets old, but I still prefer watching the 747, and we'll get to see. We should get to see at least 1 or 2 of those on the stream before we finish up for the day. Now this plane's coming in about 15 minutes after its scheduled arrival, which is pretty good for this plane, or for this flight, I should say, because it often comes in an hour or more late for, whatever reasons. So fingers crossed we may get a look at this taking off before it gets too dark here tonight, I hope. The horizontal flying apartment building has arrived, and you saw it here on Runway DFW. It's the only A380 we get here anymore. At one time, both Qantas and Emirates were flying theirs in. I'm not certain when Emirates ended its 380 service. I know Qantas, the Qantas suspension was a result of the pandemic. And when Qantas finally resumed flying here after about a 2-year hiatus, it was with Dreamliners and not their A380 fleet. Got a young lady doing handstands or in front of us. So this super humongous aircraft is now headed towards Terminal D. Jedrix Jones, a 747 from Anchorage, landing in 15 to 20 minutes, and I won't miss that one. I promise you I won't miss that one. Flying Fish says, got back from the dog walk and got to see the A380. Good for you, Flying Fish. Good timing. Brian says that was a fantastic landing. Greased it. Nick said that was an awesome shot of the A380. Thank you. And we would like to acknowledge a $4.99 super chat from Aviation 777 Foxtrot. Thank you, Aviation 777 Foxtrot. I don't know if you can see it there. We've got a bunch of planes lining up. Well, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here on the north side of runway 18 left. So it looks like we've got some takeoff action. I don't see a lot coming in right now. So first out of the gate is going to be going through your screen in a moment. It's going to be flight 3172 American Eagle to Wichita Falls. And that's like a 22 or 25 minute flight. The next one rolling out looks to be American Flight 1578 to Minneapolis, St. Paul. That one there. A 737 900. Is that right? No, an 800. Sometimes I have to get out of my little easy chair there and actually do some work. So here's the next departure coming in now and landing probably approximately the same time this will be lifting off is American Flight 2674 from Santa Ana, California. The 737-800. I see the British Airways Super Jumbo still has yet to make it into its berth at Terminal D. I don't know if it's waiting for a space or if it's, I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there. So where it is right now, it's about 1.5 miles from where we are. It's a big airport. I think it has found its slot. So we'll be there for a couple of hours while it deplanes passengers and, I don't know, planes new passengers and baggage and luggage and food and all sorts of stuff. Here goes the flight to Santa Ana. Here comes a flight from this flight was coming in from Santa Ana. That was what it was. That's what it was. Can't tell the planes without a scorecard. Red says, convinced me to get Flight Radar 24, and it's pretty great. Yeah, it's really kind of the next best thing to being at an airport, or to being at any airport, really. It's amazing. There you saw a big old 787-9 Dreamliner. It's American Flight 963, and it's going to be headed off to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Jedrix Jones says, Walt, do you think a larger commercial airliner than the A380 will ever be built, or is that era of aviation over? Well, I don't know. I guess, you know, a lot depends on how, you know, airports can't get any bigger, or a lot of them can't get any bigger because of where they're built. And so there's a limit as to how many planes you can fly into and out of airports. And so the solution to that is fewer flights but bigger planes. But the way airports are set up now, and that Spirit flight's going off to Los Angeles, that A321. The way airports are set up now, a number of them have made accommodations for the A380, but a lot of airports can't handle that size plane. It's just too big for either their runways or the amount of weight that their runways can handle, or the amount of passengers that their terminals can deal with. So I would think passengers, and of course that's the big factor in the equation, passengers would rather have more flights on smaller planes than fewer flights on big planes, because it's like waiting for a train. I find that commute, like we have a light rail service in Dallas called DART, and it's very frustrating when you have to take it because it operates at a much lower frequency than most of the other mass transit systems I've been familiar with. And so if you've got to wait at non-peak times 30 or 40 minutes for a train, then you're probably going to try to find some other way to get there, like driving your car. But if you go out to an airport and, for instance, go to Los Angeles every hour, which you pretty much can from here, as opposed to waiting twice a day or 3 times a day for a jumbo jet, I don't know, you think passengers might opt for a smaller or another airline that uses smaller jets and has a higher frequency. But of course, big jets can make it more economical for passengers. I mean, theoretically, if you fill up a giant jumbo jet, you should have a lower cost per seat mile. Which the airlines can then pass on to you in savings. That was Flight 2846, American Airlines, coming in from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A321. We go back to the Dreamliner now, headed to Sao Paulo. And here it goes. Now, Kevin of Airline Videos Live and I had an interesting discussion during one of his broadcasts earlier this week from DFW, and he's kind of bullish on the A380. He thinks that a re-engined version of it could be a thing for Airbus if it decides. Now, of course, Airbus has ended production of the current model of the A380 due to dwindling demand, because it's just not a very efficient aircraft. Well, in modern terms, it's not as efficient, certainly, as two-engined transcontinental aircraft. There goes my chair. You might have heard my chair tipping over there. So Kevin thinks that there might be a future for the A380, but still right now there are a lot of A380s that are in desert parking lots waiting to be scrapped. You are looking at American Flights 969 and A321 off to Los Angeles. And there continue to be a lot of people outstanding in their field. getting the experience of planes flying overhead. And there you see an example of parallel arrivals over there on the east side. One of the plane in the foreground landing on runway 17 center, and the one on the rear going to 17 left. And we have one here on 18 right, coming in from Seattle. Late afternoon sun is beating down upon us now from behind. We don't seem to have as many clouds as we did earlier in the day. It was beautiful with all those white puffy clouds. They seem to have dissipated to some extent. Pardon me while I get another sip of cool water. American Flight 2046 just bisected your screen. That's coming in from San Jose, California. CG21 says, "Hi everyone, watching from North Carolina." And Mark Greenwald checking in from Lancaster, California. Or is it Lancaster? I don't know. Did I miss this one? I don't think I acknowledged this, and so let me do that now. Don't think I did. And is this working again? Well. I was trying to make sure I have been properly acknowledging anyone who's made a contribution to Runway DFW today when I spotted this CargoLux 747 coming in from Anchorage. I believe the flight originated in Hong Kong. I may be wrong about that, but I think it made a stopover in Anchorage. After almost a 5.5-hour trip. This is an 8-year-old CargoLux aircraft. Came in a little bit earlier than originally scheduled. And Kevin of Airline Videos Live was very pleased at the number of cargo planes that he got to see, including we saw a brand new United Parcels or UPS 747. It was just delivered earlier this year. I believe he said it was the last 747 that UPS would get delivered as new. I believe it's Atlas Air that's the recipient of the final 3 747 examples to be built after more than 50 years of production. So anyway, I was trying to acknowledge what I think bear with me here, folks. I don't think I saw this one either. Well, I think I'm just going to have to acknowledge some of these contributions because our little automated thing is not working. We got a donation of $7.87 from Going Slightly Mad through a super chat. Deborah Klein donated $10 through a super chat, and she said, "Have a coffee on me. Fabulous stream, Walt." So thank you for those, and if there's anybody else I haven't acknowledged, please accept my apologies. I'm working on the tech behind all this. I did check it before I at home last night. I was checking these automated contribution acknowledgements, and for some reason sometimes they work and sometimes they don't, so I apologize. Arius World says this video is getting tiring. All I'm saying is just Americans. Well, you just saw a CargoLux, come on. But I understand that some people want to see more of a variety, and it's just not what we have here for you at DFW Airport. We do get other airlines, we do get lots of cargo, and it's fun to see, but it may not be everybody's cup of tea, and so at least we give you a taste of what's out there, like this Delta plane that's coming in on the east side. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. I take no offense. If it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea, that's fine. That was Delta Flight 432 coming in from LaGuardia Airport on a Airbus A220 over yonder on runway 17 left. The wind is once again picking up. I meant to check to see what the official wind is. So according to DFW Airport, it says the temperature is 91 degrees. It says cloudy. I would say at mostly sunny. So I disagree with that. The wind is coming out of the southeast at 16 miles an hour, and certainly it's gusting to more than that on occasion. We're going to watch now Mesa Airlines Flight 5730 coming in. This is a CRJ 900 or 901. I've asked this question before, and I don't know the answer to it because I'm not a pilot. Is there a landing gear to nose wheel time that's acceptable or unacceptable? But what I'm saying is when usually you don't have all, you got the tricycle gear of a nose wheel and the two sets of landing gear in the back, and I think universally the two wheels the gear in the center of the plane touch down before the nose wheel does. But what I'm saying is, or what I'm asking is, is that supposed to happen within a certain amount of time between those two sets of wheels, or does it just depend on the angle of attack and all sorts of other factors? And the answer is, I don't know. But that's what our viewers are for. Coming in from Missoula, Montana. It's American Flight 2941. It's an Airbus A319. And you're watching Runway DFW. And I know, it's another American Airlines plane. Well, I try to make this a little fun, because I know we get a lot of the same kinds of aircraft here, so you know, it is what it is. Was that a hawk sitting on the stop sign? Mark Williams asks. I think I know the stop sign he's speaking of. No, it's a... If that's the stop sign you're referring to, that is a solar panel that lights up the flashing red lights that go off at night. So wait a minute, there's another stop sign just to the other side of that street there. Let me make sure there's no hawk on top of that. No. But good. Those things do come into my view sometimes, and I wonder about them. So we're glad we could check that out for you. Do our little Snopes impersonation here. And Gerard, who knows a thing or two about a thing or two, and is one of our great members of our Moderation Federation, says it depends on a lot of things. There's no exact time for putting the front wheel down after landing. And we get a heads up from Jetterix Jones across the pond, says American Airlines 777 from London on final approach. This is flight 79. And we will turn our visual attention to that right now on Runway DFW. Looking to the northern skies. Getting our tripod in place. The wind is picking up again. And here comes the big 777. coming from the same airport, Heathrow, which our big A380 will be going back to a little later in this broadcast. Signpost. Get some waves. I guess there's people who probably come out here sometimes to wave at friends and loved ones who are coming in. If you're sitting on the right side of the plane, you should be able to see them pretty clearly if you know where you're looking. A 9-year-old 777-323 ER was that plane, or is that plane. Local time is now 5:47. The sun is going down. I think it's going to get cool pretty quick here once that sun goes down. It's been in the 80s, I think, today, maybe low 90s Fahrenheit. Jose Carlos Gamba says hello and greetings from Sao Paulo City, Brazil. Jose, you might have missed it. We had a plane take off to your fine city not too long ago. Plane Spotting with Keith has a very good reason for liking American Airlines planes. He says it means I'll keep getting a paycheck. LOL. Had to get me another sip of water there for a second. Tariq D74, hello everyone, how are you all today? Good morning to you from Dubai in the UAE. Hello there, Tariq. Ms. Rolls 13, this is a few minutes ago, so she's probably missing this acknowledgement, but she says I'm off to bedtime. Thanks for an amazing stream. See you next time. Thank you so much, Ms. Wolves 13, who of course is one of the great moderators in the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. There you see their names. Of course, they're not all here at the same time, but These are all the folks you will see in the chat room saying hello, wishing you well, swatting down any bots that come in and try to make things bad for us. So thank you to all of you. They volunteer for this, and I'm very happy to have them here with us at Runway DFW. And many of them are mods for other channels as well, so they know what they're doing. And we're very happy to have them here on our side as well. Uh-oh. Well, I have some news to report. We've had to go into dish down mode here at the satellite truck. Which is now very blurry. But we've had to go into dish down mode because it's just too windy for them to be hoisted atop the truck. We don't want the truck to blow away, so hang in there. So we're operating on cell service now, is that right? Yes, that's what they tell me. Well, that's quite unfortunate. So if our signal gets a little spotty and our picture gets a little blurry, I guess that's because of that. Well, look at this. Kevin at Airline Videos with a $50 super chat. Thanks again for your hospitality, Walt. It was such a fun time at DFW. We will be back soon. Kevin, that means a lot. Thank you very much. We are partially operating on the batteries which you have let us hold on to for your next visit. Let me see if I can get a shot of those here. They're kind of behind behind some of our gear, but they're the two Jackery batteries which Kevin sent to us. They're behind the iPad there, and he used those on his broadcast. I charged them up for him. Not a lot to ask, but I was happy to do it, and he's letting me hold on to them until he gets back, and he said, Walt, you can use them, so I'm giving him a try today along with my marine battery. So Kevin, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to see you in action. Not on the did I show those? Were those on here? Was I punched into the right camera? Let me make sure I did that. Okay, they're the two batteries which Kevin gave us. I can't remember if I had the right camera punched up. I think I was looking at it. But anyway, there they are. But yeah, everybody was just so... You know how it is when you have celebrities and you think, you know, they can't possibly be like what they are on television or movies. But yeah, Kevin was just like you see him on the air. And you know, even if you're having a bad day, Kevin can seem to make things better with his positive attitude and his energy. My wife wanted to know where he gets his energy. I did see him drinking some iced coffee. I do that too, but I don't know. I don't think I have the same energy. Maybe it's an age thing. But I saw Kevin was quite busy today, doing some clipping from his visit to DFW Airport. So if you didn't want to watch the whole thing, you could watch some segments. As the wind picks up. Kevin says, glad the Jackeries are in operation, Runway DFW. They are. I'm just trying to get everything balanced out the way you do. Down to 38% on one of them and 90% on the other. But they are being supplemented by my regular marine battery. Oh, and look at this. By the way, Runway DFW, I am left-handed. So, see, we were talking about that earlier. And he operates his table is to the left of him. And I always have mine to the right. And who knows? I thought maybe it was just a way that he has come to operate things based upon a number of factors. But I thought, well, maybe he's left-handed, or maybe I know I'm right-handed, so I did deduce that correctly. I figured he must be left-handed. Kevin, of course, getting ready for tomorrow's big Sunday broadcast. That's his flagship broadcast there from LAX up on the hill. So watch out for that, everyone, tomorrow morning. At least tomorrow morning in the U.S. It's always a fun show. Lots of stuff going on. Great views of LAX. Nick wants to know, do you have solar topping up the Jackery batteries? No, just recharge them at home. Don't have any solar panels out here. I think today they'd be blowing away. Still don't have any focus on our camera on the truck. I don't know what's happening there. Angela Smith, who was kind enough to bring us some great barbecue, says airline videos, great partnership with Runway DFW. Glad to know you'll come back to the DFW area. CG21 says, any good scanner apps for airport control towers? I haven't used anything like that. I'm using a scanner radio that picks them up in real time. There is a website that specializes in rebroadcasting scanner traffic, and I'm looking it up now. And I don't know if I have it on here. Well, I can't find it, but if you look it up on Google, I think you can find it. The problem with scanner apps, and it's not really a problem, but it's that it's not real time. Anything that's digital, kind of like this broadcast. This broadcast is not in real time. It's, if you look at the clock that's on your screen and match it up against a clock that has accurate time on it, like maybe your computer, you'll see that we're maybe 20, 30, 40 seconds behind real time. And that's just because of the digital delay that's introduced by buffering and sending it out the way we do. Oh, and Kenji is saying, yes, it's a live ATC app, or Broadcastify. There's two apps. And I've heard both of those. Live ATC specializes in control towers. Broadcastify is more general. It will do police and fire and emergencies streams from all sorts of different scanners, or all sorts of cities around the U.S. and I'm assuming around the world. Here comes a flight from Dublin. It's an American Airlines flight. It's a 787-8. So from Dublin, Ireland. I don't really do an Irish accent. It's coming in on the east side, so it's far away from us, and we will see it go behind that building, and that will be the end of it. Unless you see the tail going through the screen there, way in the background. You probably will see the tail there. Unless I manage to pull off to the other plane that's coming in right now, which is American Flight 1307 from... I had to divert my eyes from the screen. That's an A319, of course. As we get into golden hour here. San Luis Obispo in California. That's where that plane took off from. And it is now here. You know what other cities in California? Well, there's a lot of cities in California. But another city in California is Bakersfield. And it is also serviced by American Airlines and also by an A319. And that is it there. Wow, is it the top of the hour again? Hard to believe, but it is.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
October 15th is the date. It's a Saturday afternoon, just after 6 o'clock at DFW Airport, for another hour of power from DFW International Airport. Where's that stinger? Okay. What have we for you here? Well, I think I missed that. Let me swing around here. Get my cable untangled. And will we get it touching down? Will we get it? Just kind of barely.
35 American 2844, great night.
That was, where was that one from? Austin, Texas, the capital of our great state. This A321 is coming in from San Francisco. It's American Flight 2019. Now you're probably saying to yourself, Walt, when is the flight from Silao in Mexico going to come in? I've been waiting here all afternoon. I saw those big 747s and the A380 whatever, but you know, the flight from Silao, the one that's the A319, the one that's American Airlines flight 2854. Well, you know, this is the place to see that. You learn a few things when you do something like this, and I have to be honest with you, I'd been to Mexico a few times, but I'd never heard of Silao before. Never heard of it. I'm seeing some little glitches in our picture every now and again. I don't know if that's radar induced or what. Sometimes I've seen that in the past. Stuart Tingley, who says, Walt, what is a typical midwinter day like at DFW weather-wise? Well, there really are, I don't know if there are typical days in the weather here. I don't know if it's as predictable as some places might be, because there's some days it might be, you might have a high in the 20s with bitterly cold winds, and you might have another day that's in the mid-60s. I mean, let's put it this way, in December we rarely get any snow. I think maybe in all the years I've been here we might have had one white Christmas, and even that was just probably a dusting of, flurries. Usually we get the more severe weather after the first of the year in January and February. December is usually still fairly temperate, mild. Whether you need a sweater or a jacket, but you wouldn't need a heavy winter coat. But as I say that, with climate change, you never know what you're going to expect. We had when Kevin was here, we had somebody who I believe worked for American Airlines who told us a story, because Kevin was observing that the big planes are not being towed over to the hangar like this one is. Now this is not a big plane, this is an American Eagle plane, but there was I think our viewer was saying that there was a 777 that was being towed over from the hangar to the gates, but the plane was was fully fueled, And it was so heavy that the tug had to stop to give way for a plane that was coming in on runway 18 right or 18 left, and the big jet just kept on going, and it overran the tug. I don't think anybody was hurt, but I guess it was a mess. So since then, that apparently is one of the reasons why you don't see big jets being tugged, at least not out of the hangar. Kevin Mottershaw says, I see the little flicks at the top wall, but only now started seeing it. It's not affecting our viewing. And I'm seeing it again now. Janet Nelson with some weather advice. If you don't like the weather in Texas, wait a day. And sometimes it just wait an hour. Raina Taylor says, good evening or good day, everyone. Raina's just back from Columbus, Ohio, where she participated in some competitive equestrian events, and it seemed, I think she filled us in on a previous broadcast. She said she did pretty well considering all the competition. Now, surprised at the number of events that she was competing in. So congratulations again to you, Raina, on your continued equestrian success. She's been a long time viewer of Runway DFW, and we thank you for that, Raina. Willie Sanchez, hey there to everyone. Good evening to everyone. How has everyone's day been going so far? It's amazing how we are still here live streaming in Dallas, Texas, so that means whatever happened to Kevin? Well, we know what happened to Kevin. He went back to his home in Los Angeles where he's getting a little day. You know, he's been working today, Kevin has, of Airline Videos Live. He's been busy clipping portions of his 3 stellar shows from DFW Airport during his visit last week and making them more accessible, putting in some highlights, feeding the beast, as he would say. So I think I said he's been getting, I think I saw in the chat that Kevin said he's been getting a little rest today, and I hope that's the case. We're getting another flight in from Austin. Looks as though we are, but we'll see it in a minute or two. I guess we'll give you a little view of the crowd out here tonight. Do a little pan. There, we're looking north. People bring their easy chairs, their folding chairs, and some people hang out on blankets or just sit on the grass and contemplate. You see the shadows are getting very long here. I don't know if you can see me waving to you. That's the shadow of our extensive setup here. Someone else sitting on the grass there. Over here we got some people in folding chairs. So it's a nice crowd out here tonight at DFW Airport, or DFW Founders Plaza on the northwest side of this big airport. There you're looking to the east tower there in the shot, and here comes the aforementioned flight from Austin, Texas. It's an Airbus A320. Rainy Taylor says, I've been watching the replays of when Kevin was at DFW, and he was great. Hope that he returns again soon. Well, he's promised. We're going to hold him to that promise, Raina. Beve says, I don't know if that's a goodbye or a hello or just a wave, but hello to you, Beve. I don't think I got this. But with belated thanks to Breaker Bird for a $20 super chat, who said, so glad I get to do this for you too now. Great stream as always, Walt. Thank you. And I know that's a little delay. That's 39 minutes ago that you sent that, but I hope it popped up on the screen, but I do like to acknowledge it as well. So, thank you, Breaker Bird. How's our satellite truck doing? Is it in focus yet? No. Something needs to be done about that. Oh, that's a little better. Yeah, we've had to put the dishes down today and go by cellular service only due to the fact that, as you can hear in the background, it's very windy today. Oh, Beve was saying I was waving back to you when you did your shadow wave. So that makes sense. See, I can't see your messages in real time, unfortunately. And my short-term memory isn't that good, I guess, because I forgot that I had been waving, so. And Breaker Bird, still with us, I'm glad to see. No worries, Walt, you focusing on the stream is more important than recognizing my donation, but I disagree with that, Breaker Bird. Well, I'd like to have everything. I like to not miss anything, not miss any shots, and also not miss any of your kind contributions to this effort to bring you good content from DFW International Airport. So thank you again, Breaker Bird, and everyone who's contributed, and everyone who's subscribed, and everyone who just looks on and gives us a like. I don't do a lot of appealing for likes. I don't have any goals set, but glad when you do that. Because what it does, as we've said many times, it helps other people find us. So if you like what you're seeing, if you give a thumbs up, that means that YouTube will put that into its big calculator and suggest our footage to others who might similarly like aviation stuff. So thanks again. And UK Can 33 says, Runway DFW, a shadow wave back too. Thank you. And Chuck is, I believe this message is directed at the great Kevin. He says, bring Rudy too. I think Rudy would enjoy a trip here. I wonder if he's ever been to DFW. I can't remember if you talked to him about that, Kevin. But, yeah, it'd be great to see Rudy. He, of course, is a school teacher who's got, who's also a great co-host for Kevin. So that's a lot of things on your plate. I continue to see that interference on the screen. I do not know why. Okay, I think we're going to take a disco break now while I consume the rest of my water, which unfortunately is not ice cold Topo Chico. So hang on there for a second and we'll be right back on Runway DFW.
Disco!
is Runway DFW.
Well, that was kind of the extended Runway DFW dance mix. We haven't used that in a while. I really had to get dehydrated or rehydrated, which I did, and thank you for your patience. But I guess I picked the right time because absolutely nothing was happening. But now things are happening again. It's so happening that we're going to be getting a flight from Myrtle Beach. Is it Florida or South Carolina? I think it's South Carolina. From Myrtle Beach, it's an Embraer 175. It's about to appear on your screen. It's American Eagle Flight 4068 on the renewed version of Runway DFW. The refreshed Runway DFW. So we have nothing getting ready to take off right now. I do see a runway, an airport operations vehicle there at the top end of 18 left, which might indicate that they're doing some inspection. Sure what official business is going on there. But flights are continuing to come in. This next one from Monterrey in Mexico. Another American Eagle flight, another Embraer 175. And again, I'm aware of a disturbance in the picture that we're sending out to you. And I've seen this happen occasionally. It doesn't happen predictably. My suspicion is always that it's some sort of radar interference, but we were here, between Kevin and me, we were here for, many hours, over 3 days last week from the same exact spot. In fact, I saw this happening around the corner from here at Founders Plaza, over closer to the UPS cargo facility, and so I moved over to this side thinking that maybe it was a location-based issue, but maybe not. I believe this is coming in from Montego Bay in the Caribbean. 737-800 touching down after a 3.5-hour flight from the land of sun and fun. Thank you, Christine, I didn't catch your last name, but Christine just checked in with a subscription to Runway DFW. Oh, it's getting late. Relic PT just subscribed. Thank you for being the newest subscriber. Becky Davies says, for people who live in the UK, happy Sunday. And welcome to you in the future. Let us know what the stock market's doing there, and we will buy up those stocks that are in the future going to be very valuable, and we'll all get rich. OZ Gaming 9, the host of another DFW live streaming show, says Heritage Livery coming back to DFW, now going downwind. Yeah, we saw two American Airlines Heritage liveries earlier today, the Astrojet and the more recent one. I don't know what they call it. So it'll be good to see them in the evening light. This flight is an American Eagle flight coming in from Abilene, Texas, in West Texas, and Embraer 145. I don't know why I'm speaking as though people are making the final putt on the 18th green right ahead of me. We have another American Airlines, or American Eagle, no, this is American Airlines, coming in from El Paso, way out in West Texas. It's a 737-800, flight 1368 from El Paso. It's lining up for the swing. Oh, this is the one I love. Oh, I like this plane. Takes you right back to the 1970s, doesn't it? Now see, shouldn't they bring that livery back? Come on. Takes you back, doesn't it? Makes that new livery look boring. Speaking of the new livery, you're about to see it on flight 1208 coming in from Burbank, California. There it is. Is this Guadalajara flight? Is this the one that has the other? No. I know we saw the Astrojet livery go out earlier, and I'm expecting that to come back. When was that supposed to come back? Or was it? Yeah. I don't see that on my list. Kind of making all kinds of twists and turns. I guess that's going over to the east side. So we will turn here at Runway DFW our attention to a flight coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico. It's flight 387 American Airlines. This will be a 737-800. Okay, so that livery's not terrible, but I just like the old one better. Occasionally I'll get a whiff of what seems like old cigarettes. I say, why is that, Walt? Well, the reason is, should be obvious to me, that right over here, about 1 foot from the camera, is a used cigarette depository. And I didn't really notice it when I set up. I knew there was a pole there, and I didn't put two and two together. So occasionally you get that kind of smell. At least, to me, who I'm not never been a smoker, so it's never been an appealing thing to me, an appealing smell. TCC says there was some technical reason for moving away from the chrome livery. Can't remember what it was now. Well, the reason was that Americans saw that newer aircraft were not going to be not entirely going to be aluminum, but some of them were going to be composite materials, which would not be shiny, and so they wouldn't be able to match that same look. So they decided, well, we'll take this opportunity to go to a new look, a painted look, because we're going to have to paint our planes to look consistent. So that's why. And you know where this plane is coming from? It's coming from an airport with the letters AVL. So is it coming from Airline Videos Live? No, it's coming from Asheville. That would be a good bag tag to get there, Kevin. AVL. But you know what else is good as we transition into the evening hours here at Runway DFW? What else is good is this. Well, it's going to be the Queen of the Skies hour here at Runway DFW, because in addition to this, CargoLux, flight 58M, going back to its home turf in Luxembourg. Right behind it is going to be a Singapore Airlines cargo flight to another European destination, Brussels. So we got double 747 action for you on Runway DFW. So the question will be the always asked question, and the answer is one that I never have, is whether these two planes will be going out here on the west side, or whether they will be directed over to the east side of DFW Airport. Now, I have to say that there's nothing competing for their takeoff positions right now. I see one plane that might be headed up there to the top of runway 18 left, but there's no jam up there, so we will see what happens. LA Girl says, love Luxembourg. And do you mean the country or the plane? I'd love to get there soon. Oh, plate spotting with Keith says, boop that snoot. And yeah, this is one, I think it's the same one we saw a week or two ago, which for some reason has a radome at the front of it, which is not painted not the same color as the rest of the plane. And most of the, I don't see that on the other CargoLux planes. So my theory was that it got replaced recently and it just never got painted, but maybe that's a new look, I don't know. So boop that snoot. And there's a shot of the King and Queen in the same picture. The British Airways A380 in the background, getting ready for its return trip to London Heathrow. Let me get a little better view of the snout here. That's a good look. I think more aircraft should have that contrasting color there in the front. And between that and the lettering underneath the nose, it does look like it's got a little tiny smile there, don't you think? Like we got GE engines going there. So it's not a full PSA smile, but it's a little kind of wry, kind of yeah. And meanwhile, just to prove that we've got two 747s at once, I can't do a split screen here. Oh no, that's not one. Yeah, thought that was the other one. So we're going to get a takeoff here, which is good. This is going to be a TNB, turn and burn. CargoLux with Dallas skyline behind it. Now the Singapore Airlines 747, Singapore Airlines Cargo 747 is lit up on the radar. It is going to be making its face known soon to us, and hopefully we'll get to see it take off right in front of us as well. In the meantime, there is the big bird, the biggest one, the A380 Flight 192, I think it is, on its way back to London. I'll have to check to see when that is going out. Let me look here. La-di-da-da-da-da-da. So Singapore Airlines cargo is expected to we should see it any moment now. Qatar cargo going out to Nagoya, Japan is due to leave in about 10 minutes. That's a 777. Qatar Airways flight 730 back to Doha. The A350 we saw coming in earlier is scheduled to go out at 7:21, which is about a half hour from now. And I'm still looking for the British Airways. British Airways. There it is. 7:53 is when it's on the docket to leave DFW. So I think I see another super chat in there. I do. It's Janet Nelson with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Janet. We here at Runway DFW, and those of us in the satellite truck, are indebted to you for your contribution to us. Thank you, Janet. Janet says, I wanted to send $14.92 for back-to-back 747s, but I couldn't figure out how to do that. I couldn't even add up 747 and 747 in my head, so I thank you very much for that. Willie Sanchez, we have Carlos Marulanda. Oh, just subscribed. Thank you, Carlos. Willie Sanchez says, you and Kevin should start doing a live streaming from San Antonio, Texas, because you and Kevin would be seeing a lot more air traffic control taking off. Well, I don't know. I think the statistics would indicate that San Antonio is not quite as busy as DFW Airport is. I'm going to give you a picture of the northern sky here because it's really quite lovely in the as we go from one wide shot to another, but doesn't that look nice? TCC says, I thought the truck was real till someone walked behind it. I don't know what you're talking about. That truck is real. It's as real can be. Just have to use your imagination, TCC. It's kind of like Christmas, you know, we can't, we need to, you know. I need somebody to write a letter to the editor to explain that the Runway DFW satellite truck is real. Well, we got Valaris stepping up to the plate here, And I was curious to see if this is the Kevin Volaris. The Volaris planes typically have a name on the under the logo on the front. And where'd it go? Here we go. Well, this one is Alejandra, so we didn't get the Kevin plane today. But Alejandra is a very nice name. So it's going to Monterey. And, you know, that's nice and everything, but, well, then there is this. Well, as you can see there, it's Singapore Airlines cargo, flight 7979, and it's going to be going to Brussels. And there, you saw people walking in front of that shot, but that's still a real plane. So, go easy on my satellite truck there, Runway DFW viewers. And it too will have a close encounter with the king of all airplanes there in the background. Now this one looks like it might be on a trajectory towards the east runway. Looks like it's making a beeline for the bridge there. And yes, regrettably, it's headed over the big bridge. And again, that would be a sight to see a 747 going over that bridge. I recently saw a photo online of one of the Concords going over that bridge, that same bridge, back when Concords used to fly here. Wasn't for very long. Just for a couple of years. Braniff made the arrangement. And it was very interesting because Braniff would had its pilots trained to fly the Concorde, although they couldn't fly it supersonically between here and Washington, where I believe the change was made. And they'd be flying either Air France or British Airways Concords. And those pilots would sit in jump seats behind the Braniff pilots during the flight between the East Coast and here. Here's the Stand Up for Cancer livery, American Airlines, coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico. It's stand-up to cancer, I believe it is. It's an A321 flight 1077. Karen Glenn says, always wanted to go on the Concorde. Karen, I've got some bad news for you. That's not going to be an option. Although there are, American Airlines, and I believe it is United, are two big American-based airlines, or U.S.-based airlines, that have signed up to be a part of a new supersonic jetliner from a company called Boom, which is based in Colorado, I believe. UK Can 33 says, that would have been nice to see as my airport, Liverpool. We had a few fly and land here. Yeah, I did see it here. I never saw it take off or land, but I do remember having seen the Concorde parked here once or twice. And Karen Monson commenting on the stand-up to cancer livery, saying, nice job with that livery, American, and a good cause too. And Harry Rundle says, Walt, you may want to reboot your hotspot. I see the artifact is common to both cameras. I don't think that the interference is based in any way on the hotspot. I believe it has to do with the radar pinging in our direction. TCC says, am I watching a toy plane channel? Please confirm, LOL. Surprise, it's the toy plane channel. Masquerading as Runway DFW. Ha ha ha. Well, here comes an unusual landing for this side of the airport. It's not totally unusual, but we don't often see planes coming in from JFK Airport in New York because they usually go to the east side. Well, here's one that's coming in. It's a 737-800. It's American Airlines Flight 2785. And the passengers are all saying, why are we landing on this side? We should be landing on the east side. Well, look what we have there. The Qatar Cargo 777 on its way to Nagoya, Japan. And I'm going to predict that this will take off from this side because this is the side it should be taking off from. And if you're new to our little channel, we do have two sides to the airport, east and west, generally speaking. We've got two parallel north-south runways on this side, three parallel north-south runways on the other side, and both sides, each side has a diagonal crosswind runway. So 7 runways altogether. All of them are active at one time or another. And there goes the Qatar cargo plane. And you see in the background a nice shot of Terminal D, the international terminal, which is of an entirely different design than the original airport was envisioned. The original airport was envisioned in a series of half circles or horseshoes, as you can see on this here map. Well, it's hard to see, but terminals A, B, C, and E are all the half circle shapes, and terminal D is more squarish or rectangular, deviating from the original plan. So about to enter your vision is the Qatar plane. Again, that's headed to Nagoya, Japan. There you see it there with some aviation fans in the foreground. It's going to make the big turn. And we get to see a 777 taking off. Don't get in the jet blast there, Mr. Airport Operations worker. Can't figure out what that guy's doing. Looks like he's taking a selfie. I think he's taking a selfie with the 777. Well, nice job if you can get it. Looks like the wing is right over his truck, but I think it's an optical illusion, I think. Sapling 21 says, is there ATC? I can't hear it. There is ATC. It is hard to hear. We don't have it directly feeding in to our soundboard because we don't have a socket for it. I'm working on getting us a new mixer which can mix more channels, which would then give us the opportunity to present you with a more solid sounding ATC. So a future feature of Runway DFW. And your kind contributions via Super Chat or streamlabs.com/runwaydfw, that goes to help us buy stuff like that. Very nice, very nice. Flight 1312 to, where's that? Oh, it's going back to Silao in Mexico. That's an A319. That's the featured aircraft there in your viewfinder. Such nice lighting now. It'd be nice if you could just stay this lighting. You know, it's not too bright. It's almost not too dark. But we only get this for about, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes, and then poof, the lights go out, and we may have to turn on our infrared lens. I was really hoping to see the big A380 up and at 'em by now. Actually, I think it's supposed to be coming up pretty soon. There you see it's still parked there. We're going to spin around real quick, see if we can get the last moments of the Turkish Airlines flight coming in from Istanbul over there on the east side. Flight 83J. It's a 787-9, and the Focus not cooperating with us there. There it comes in as a DART train goes by. DART being the transit service that can whisk you from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport to downtown Dallas and beyond. Kevadders just subscribed. Thank you, Kevadders. Sapling21 says, has the British Airways A380 come yet? Yes, it has come. It has landed. It will be taking off soon, but we're waiting for it to do that. Well, that'll probably be our last plane of the night, so hang on for that. In the meantime, Harry Rundle says, with a super chat, $5. Walt, it is great watching your DFW plane spotting. Lived in Plano back in the mid-'80s, bringing back great memories. Thank you, Harry. I guess things have changed since then. I've been here since the early 80s, and I know things have changed since then. Used to see like Braniff planes out there, but no more. Krisky Ficken says, moody lighting, love it. I don't think I have my... Do I have it here? Let me see. Yeah, I've been thinking about Runway DFW After Dark. Thank you. Somebody's watching us over there. Always nice to see people watching you, although you have to wonder, now, why are they watching your stream when they're actually out here and can watch this in person? Okay, so should we have some after hours music here? Yeah, a little after hours music here. Oh, I didn't mean for that to start up. I've lost control of my soundboard, ladies and gentlemen. I kind of ruined the mood, didn't it? Sorry about that. Well, we need to go here on A380 watch, don't we? This is what we need to be doing. Because this is the focus of all attention right now. The British Airways A380 still parked at the gate, as you can see. Beve was digging the music. Now I do need to get a graphic for that. Now I didn't see this one come in either. This is one of our mods who lives and works in South Korea. Thank you, SFC Fred Robinson, for a $20 super chat. And his message didn't come over there, but but what he said was, "Good morning to you, Walt, and everyone from South Korea." Well, you know what? I should be able to pull this up. Hold on. Here it is. No, that's not it. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. Good morning to you, Walt, and everyone from South Korea. Just waking up from a long night at work. Hope you're all enjoying the stream. Sorry to pop in so late. No problem whatsoever, Fred. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you to do. Fred, of course, is one of the members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. There he is there, and so he's doing that, and he's also being a contributor, so nice. So thank you, Fred. What does that stand for? Sergeant First Class? SFC? I'm sorry, I've never been in the military, and so I'm not good at all those titles, but thank you for your service. Thank you for your donation. And he's helping to keep my son safe because he works and lives in Seoul. So every time I wake up and I see missiles being fired from the north, I have some concerns. Some interlopers there. A clear, beautiful evening, says BK. We check in again on. What's that going on? That's the Qatar flight off to Doha, I believe. That's going over to the other side. There's an A350. Oh, and I had started to look for if there's any updated time being given on the departure of the British Airways A380. And once again, I'm talking in golf talk. These are departures, right? British Airways estimated departure 7:53. What time is it now? 7:18. So we've got a little weight on our hands, and it's going to be pretty dark by the time it gets here. We'll probably have to switch over to our. We got to go around. So everything is nice and serene, and then all of a sudden you hear this whoosh. So what happened? Why? Let's see if we can figure out what that was. That was American Airlines Flight 2708 coming in from Sacramento, California. left 2 hours and 50 minutes ago. It was an Airbus A321. And for whatever reason, it elected to not land. So, a little bit of late evening excitement here. I do see a flight that had just landed from Wichita Falls, American Eagle Flight 3172, and by the radar it looks like maybe it wasn't quite off the runway in time for that flight to land safely, or there just wasn't enough separation for the incoming flight to land from Sacramento. So that does happen. Harry Rundle says, is your FM DJ voice from the 70s? Those soft delivery tones. Well, I was in college in the 70s, and I did do radio at my college radio station, and I did in the summertime, I think during my sophomore and junior years, I worked at a radio station, a little tiny radio station in Eatontown, New Jersey, WHTG AM and FM. It was a weird little station. It was like the half of somebody's house, and all I really had to do on the air was the news every half hour. And the programming of the station was easy listening music. And I wanted to segue between these songs. I said, no, just put the album on, drop the needle on the album, and then just let it play. And when it gets to the end of side 1, pot it down, flip it over, play side 2 until the next top of the hour, and then you do the news. So it was a very easy job. I don't know who would have listened to that station, but I think they did subsequently change formats to something a little more contemporary. That flight that just landed was American Airlines 2635 coming in from Ontario, an Airbus A321. Meanwhile, the flight from Sacramento that was that went around is now going all around and will make a reappearance from the northern sky in a few minutes. I don't know if you can see it here. I think you can, even though we don't have an official camera for nighttime viewing, but you can see all the airplanes in the sky. See 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's just a lot of planes in the sky. I heard somebody say, look at all those planes. And it's one of those things we run into at this time of night, is the focus being uncooperative. So it looks like more like I may need to play the disco music here. Get a mirror ball. So the next arrival, if we can see it, will be American Eagle Flight 3727 coming in from Amarillo, Texas. It'll be an Embraer 175. Here is the skyline of Dallas in the background. Ramon Balderrama says, thank you for your videos. You're welcome, Ramon. can't believe this, but Kevin at Airline Videos Live has another $50 super chat. Thanks again, Walt. Money towards a new audio board. See you soon. That Kevin. Thank you so much. I'm really don't know what to say. I think this plane is landing. We can't see it. It's landing on 118 left. And there it is. So I don't know. Is there something that happened on? Is there some debris or something on 18 right where the planes normally land? That's I mean, did I see that wrong? Oh, maybe that was 18 right. Looked like 18 left to me. It's nighttime. It's hard to see stuff. Well, this one looks like it's coming in on 18 right. See if we can follow it in. Now, by now, Kevin, the aforementioned Kevin of Airline Videos Live, would have reached into his bag and taken out Nighthawk. And Kai confirms, yes, that was 18 left that you saw. So I guess my eyes did not deceive me. And there's the automated acknowledgement of Kevin's kind contribution. Thank you, Kevin, again. And Michelle RS says, Airline Videos, your generous heart is showing again. Kevin, come back. What are you doing? We need you here with us. I believe you. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Well, and a Runway DFW viewer showing us, proving to us on his phone that he has been watching us while he's out here. So the flight that went around, the Sacramento flight, is still kind of is just now getting into the flight pattern for try it again. We are in the process of trying to switch our camera over to the infrared mode. Doesn't seem to want to cooperate with us. Odd. You know, Kevin, once upon a time, I'm talking to Kevin of Airline Videos Live now, we should have gotten into this as a story when you were here. There was a, can I do this? Trying to release my battery and then plug it in again, but I don't know if I can do that. There was a gentleman known as the what was he called? The fly jock. Now I can't remember his name. But what he would do a morning radio show here in Dallas. And he had bought himself one of those American Airlines passes that would let him have unlimited flights. There's another go-around. So that's interesting. Let's see if we can pick that one out of the radar. That was American flight 777. It wasn't a 777, it was a 737-800. But it was flight 777 on its coming in from Las Vegas, so it too made a go-round. Hey, how are you doing? So, an interesting final hour for us. And we finally do have the A380 lighting up the radar. And we have another plane coming in. Let me see if I can get this focused. No, not really so much. So try camera 3 there as it comes into view. It looks like this one's going to land. So the next picture you see will be our infrared view. So it's not going to look red, it's going to look green. But it gives us a little more lighting here at night. Our other cameras don't have this same view, so when we switch to the other cameras it will be normal colors. We're going to see if we can find the A380 down yonder. See if it's actually moving yet. Oh, it is. It's been pushed back. So there it is. I don't know how well you can see it, but it's there in the center of your screen. It's been pushed back and now it's moving forward. So we've had 2 go-rounds for reasons we don't quite understand. It doesn't appear to be runway related because planes have landed on the same runway, although one plane did land on a different runway. So I don't know. Everything is speculation. That's American Flight 2893 coming in from Fresno, California. 737-800. MRI says, cool Hulk vision. Where were the 2 go-round planes from? One was... Here's where my short-term memory... One was from Las Vegas, I believe. And the other was from Sacramento? And the Sacramento plane is coming in now. So let's see if we can bring you this event as it happens. This is flight 2078. American Airlines. And it appears to be making a nominal touchdown. We'll keep our eye on the British Airways A380. It will be taking off right in front of us. How well we'll see it, I don't know, but I can't even begin to calculate how many go-rounds I've seen now in the last month, and I hadn't seen any like all year. One of those things, I guess. Coming in from Colorado Springs is American Flight 1284, a 737-800. Nailed it. Willie Sanchez, so how did the camera turn green? So that means that if he sees a deer, he can eat it for dinner? No, we don't do that here at Runway DFW. We like deer. In fact, we feed them in our backyard at Rancho Runway DFW. Yonder comes American Flight 2769 from Seattle, and Airbus A321. And we're staying kind of wide here to avoid focusing problems. When it lands, the focusing system has more to focus on in those points of light, so got to get that guy a chair. Shall we see if we can find the A380? It's like, where's Waldo out there? I believe it is in sight. See the double-decker windows there. They're all having a party. Hey, we're going to London. And Mark G says, yeah, I was talking about DJ Tom Joyner. So yes, Tom, did I just, I think I was in the middle of that story when we had that second go round. Tom Joyner was a disc jockey, a radio personality. He may still be doing it, I don't know. He did it in Dallas in the mornings. He had one of these American Airlines unlimited flight tickets. You know, it was like a pass you could buy for a lifetime. And get on any plane, go anywhere you wanted at any time. So he bought one of those, and he got on the plane after his shift every morning, would go to Chicago, and do another radio show in Chicago. And it sounds crazy to us now because, you know, why wouldn't he just go into his home office and connect to the internet and play disc jockey in Chicago? But no, I guess that wasn't one of those things that was done back then. I mean, technically you could have done it, certainly, with the right kind of phone line into your home studio. But I guess the thinking was, well, if you're broadcasting to Chicago, you need to be in Chicago with Chicago folks. So that's what he did, and he did for, I think, several years. And I can't imagine the kind of fatigue he must have had, and also the stress of, there must have been times when he would miss his plane, or a plane would be late or something. And there's all sorts of stories about how American Airlines, you can find these online, terminated that program for the people who had spent, thousands of dollars for one of these passes. I guess they thought some people were abusing it. I don't know. But so even the people who had bought this quote-unquote lifetime pass weren't able to use it anymore. And I don't know if American bought them out, or if they just said or cited some clause in whatever legal thing was signed when you bought the ticket. That seemed like kind of a raw deal, though. Even if you as an airline were losing money on it, you would think that just for the public relations aspects of it, you would say, all right, and keep flying unlimited flights. We're going to deviate because this flight is going to London. The flight that's coming in now is American Flight 81 coming in from London Heathrow. It's a 777. And we're about to see it land here at Runway DFW. Oh my goodness. Well, there you have it. Go round number 3. That's our biggest one. Focus not cooperating, but you could probably hear the engine spin up as it was approaching the airport. And so it too its passengers will get a little extra scenery out the window as it circles back around and has another try at it. I don't know what's happening. I may have to write to my friend Ian Billington in the control tower and ask him what was going on tonight, because this seems unusual. Now, I don't know if this is unusual or not statistically. But
so that's the third one that's reported. Do you know why?
I don't know why. I wish I knew. I know somebody in the control tower. I'm gonna write to them and find out, but I don't know. It seems weird.
It is weird.
So I'm not the only one who thinks that's weird.
Yes.
Well, if I find out, somebody in my chat room may know. Kevin says, wow, good night for plane spotting. Yeah. Well, let's go around number 3. OZ Gaming 9, what is going on with 818 right? Janet Nelson, that's nuts, 3 go-arounds. And Beve says that she sure did hear those engines on Flight 81. Mary Extraordinaire says, good evening, Walt, glad I caught you, glad you could be here. Angela Smith, who's out here all the time, probably more than I am, says 3 times, wow, never seen that happen. And Emma Rice says it's ATC's call for safety. So maybe there is some kind of an issue with the runway, but wow. And Kevin says, well, we would need to get Rudy to Detroit for a big Sunday show. Michelle RS. That would be interesting. Okay, so just when you think things are kind of quieting down here at the old airport, I'm trying to find now the location. Now you'd say, well, it's hard to lose track of a big Airbus A380, but when it's so dark out there, it is kind of hard. It is kind of easy to lose track of it. So hang on, I'm scanning the skies. Not the skies, the taxiways. The A380 is Where's Waldoing me. Now there are planes landing here on 18 right. Like that one there, if I can get it in focus. Oh, I hear it now. I see it now. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the A380 without any lights on whatsoever. No tail light, no, well, it's got some headlights on there, but that's about it. No wonder I couldn't see it. And again, this is not Nighthawk. You'd get a crystal clear view if Kevin was out here. Now, a plane, American Flight 777. Oh, I think this is one that had gone around. This one, I remember the flight number, 777. It is now getting ready to land again. So that's it there, coming over from the left side of your screen. We have every reason to believe it will be landing successfully this time. So I don't think I'll be able to get a information on why so many go-rounds tonight, but I do have an inside source who should be able to supply me with that reasoning if he's allowed to tell me. So there we get a very dark silhouette of British Airways Flight 192, is it? Yes. It's off to London Heathrow. Hey mates, put on your tail light. It makes it so much easier to see your plane. Willie Sanchez says, welcome back, Airline Videos, Kevin. You're always welcome on here. You always do a fabulous job at what you have been doing, and I believe we all agree with that. And yes, Mark G, the stealth A380 is right in front of us. You know, we determined the other night if everybody would put their headlights on here in the parking lot, that thing would be lit up like the 4th of July. Bill Platt, one of our great moderators, who is an EMT. Is this backing up? No. It's an optical illusion. Says watching this from the Boo Boo bus tonight already had one trauma call. Wow. Well, we're glad we could provide you with a little relief, I hope. Mark G says American Flight 81, the one that was coming in from London, but which the 777, which made a detour at the last moment here. If you were not watching, it was our third flight tonight that was a go-around here on the east side of the airport, or the west side of the airport. Miguel Matthias Alarcon Valenzuela just subscribed to Runway DFW. You're the newest subscriber on Runway DFW. Thank you. And Michelle RS in the chat room is saying that she has a whole itinerary for Kevin next time he comes here. Kevin did not do any sightseeing when he was here. He came in, he got off the plane, he got his bags, he got on the bus to the rental car counter, he went over to and got his rental pickup truck. He loaded his gear in there and he drove, I think he might have stopped somewhere for some snacks, and he came right over here to Founders Plaza. And then he, did 5-6 hours of programming, packed it all up, went back to his hotel, got a bite to eat, got ready for the next day, got to sleep, came back over here. And as a result, all he saw in Dallas-Fort Worth was the airport ticket counter, the rental car counter, some generic roads between here and the hotel and his hotel room, and that was about it. So, yeah, Kevin, you gotta build in an extra day for some whining and dining and tourist stuff. Coming in from Shreveport, Louisiana is American Eagle Flight 3443 and Embraer 175, which does have its tail light on, although it's not. Well, there it goes. See how much nicer it looks? Put your tail light on there. British Airways 192. So the big A380 continues to literally cool its jets. I'm going to give you this shot in color. Would you like that? I think. Not working. Okay. Well, here's what it would look like if we had something like a Nighthawk. Looks pretty good, right? But it's very low. You can see that airplane in the distance. It's coming in at about, 3 or 5 frames a second. So for a still image like this, Yeah, it lights things up pretty well, but can't use it for moving action. That 777 that went around earlier, the third of 3 go-rounds, is now third in line to arrive here. And we're going to have to go back to our real camera here, so hang on. Not very good, I know, but at least it won't be strobing on us. So this again is British Airways flight 192. A big Airbus A380. And we will be saying goodbye to it for another day. Well, the Stealth 380 takes to the skies. Godspeed, Speedbird, says MR Rice. So we will wait for the arrival of our wayward 777, which is coming in next. And then I think we'll say goodnight. So thank you for hanging out if you've hung out with us all this way. We had a couple of fun things going on here. We are looking towards the north there, and the next flight in will be the 777 American Flight 81 from London Heathrow, which did a on its first go-round. It's now been in the sky for just over 10 hours. And I'm sure its passengers are ready to go grab their bags and head home or to a hotel or wherever their destination may be. Of course, there could be any number of people on there who are trying to make a connection. Well, a successful touchdown. Hooray. Hurrah. We're glad that worked. We're seeing some emergency vehicles now going through our screen. I think we're going to leave you with this shot from our slightly overexposed camera, which doesn't do very well at action. So, where's our music? Well, that was interesting. I am very happy that you spent some or all of your Saturday afternoon and evening with us. We'll be back again sometime this week, probably on Tuesday morning, but check our page at youtube.com/runwaydfw and hit the notification bell. That will give you advance information about what we're up to here. And until then, thanks to everybody who was a part of this, everybody who sent a little cash our way, and we'll see you next time. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Oh, and I forgot to say, I hope you'll tune in tomorrow morning for Kevin's Big Spectacular on Airline Videos Live.
Stay tuned for The Price is Right, which follows at most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.